1 second. See the freaking thing I made yesterday? Hell yeah, dude. Some good stuff, brother. I'm feeling like a different wallpaper today. Let's see. What wallpaper should we go for today? Oh my god. Hope now is a match Leo. Bum, bum. Hmm. This one's looking fresh. Oh my god. Jesus. Alright. 1 second. Chinose Seiki. Alright. Bada bing, bada boom, bing bang, a bop, a bada bop. Alright. Dude, dim sum sounds good right now. I think I'm down. Let's give it a try. What the hell not? Okay. So we're drawing Bob today. I'm not sure if we're gonna draw today. My art blog is pretty bad. But then again, I was rushing. I wouldn't say rushing. I was finishing my drawing during the daytime today. So I feel like I drew too much. So now I'm just kind of like burnout. Oh my god, which is not good. I forgot to take a break. Should have taken a break. Oh my god. But yeah, the plan for today. Hold up, this music is a little bit too loud. So the plan for today, obviously gaming, right? But also, thinking about checking out some CES 2022 news. Okay, I'm not really liking this song right now. Okay. Music feels rushy. This one's kind of cool. It's kind of landscapey. I have a Discord role idea. It's called Meme King or Meme God. Basically, the role goes to the person with the best memes. Honestly, I don't know how that would work because everyone in the fucking channel just meme every fucking day. Left and right, so... You know what? Everyone's a meme god at this point. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Dude, I'm not feeling this song right now. Alright, whatever. I guess when in doubt, we go back to... Where is she? A2. I forgot to send memes. Oh, I forgot me. There we go. Alright. So, first up, I want to check out the CES stuff. Let me see. Because apparently, I thought the CES stuff gonna be boring as shit. But apparently there's some really cool stuff. Like, I didn't even expect that. But I guess we're gonna check that out. Everything TCL revealed. LG. Oh my god. PlayStation. Samsung, Nvidia. AMD? Ooh. Alright, let's see what's this all about.
Welcome to CES 2020.
Oh, I got... Jesus. Hold up. Gonna send a lot of memes. Alright. Just, you know, don't spam me. You know what I mean? Don't spam too much at the same time kind of thing. Because notification kind of like... You know what I mean? Yeah, you do you. You do you, man.
Welcome to CES 2022.
Today, I'm thrilled to announce the official names for our next-gen VR system, PlayStation VR 2. And our next-gen controllers will be called PlayStation VR 2 Sense Controllers. PlayStation VR 2 will bring together the power of technology with the creativity of developers. We've developed new sensory features, enhanced controls and tracking, and upgraded visual fidelity.
What's the quality 720?
For example, with eye tracking, you'll be able to interact more intuitively as your character, while allowing for improved social expression. The headset also has feedback, so players will feel subtle, responsive vibrations that heighten the sensations of their in-game actions.
Okay.
Visually, PlayStation VR 2 will offer a best-in-class experience.
Wait, are they making their own VR
HDR,
chat?
Foveated rendering, and 110-degree field of view. All of this is on top of the new PlayStation VR 2 Sense controllers, which enable players to feel and interact with games in a much more visceral way. We're also excited to announce that one of the biggest exclusive franchises on PlayStation will be coming to PlayStation VR 2. Horizon Call of the Mountain from Guerrilla Games and Firesprite Games.
Ooh, wait, what? Horizon?
There.
Oh my god, what is this quality?
It's heading towards Starling's grasp.
It's headed towards us.
Okay, what's wrong with the quality there?
And today, I'd
Okay.
like to show you a new visionless prototype.
Oh, we got a electric car here. Vision S2. SUV?
This is our new prototype SUV.
I thought for a second the car was going into the fucking thing by itself instead of a driver. That's I was expecting too much.
Visionless has been developed on the foundation of safety, adaptability, and entertainment.
Okay.
A total of 40 sensors, including Sony CMOS image sensors, are installed inside and outside the vehicle to monitor safety.
Safety.
In terms of adaptability, the visionless prototype is equipped with network connectivity, which allows us to build a vehicle that continuously evolves. It also makes it possible to personalize the cabin for each user. And with 5G, it
Tesla with
enables
copyright.
high-speed, high-capacity, and low-latency connection
5G.
between the in-vehicle system and the cloud.
Okay.
The visionless also evolves mobility as an entertainment space and features our 360 reality audio, gaming experiences, and Bravia Core for visionless.
Okay, I don't
A
understand
fully
that.
integrated digital
This-
video service.
Hold up. Let's watch first.
We have learned more about mobility through our exploration of visionless and from the various partners who have supported these efforts.
Okay.
With the imaging and sensing, cloud,
Gotcha,
5G,
Suggs.
and entertainment technologies combined with the content mastery, we believe Sony is well positioned as a creative entertainment company to redefine mobility. That being said, I'm excited to announce this spring we are establishing a new company, Sony Mobility Inc.,
Ooh. Oh, that's
to
big.
accelerate these efforts.
I mean,
And-
sure, it's just a name, but
We are exploring a commercial launch of Sony's EV. Sony Mobility Inc. will harness the potential of mobility utilizing our AI and robotics. This is a bold step into the future, bringing our expertise in creating diverse and innovative solutions to the world. Thank you for being with us today. Enjoy CES.
okay. I mean, okay, that looks really nice actually. But I don't really understand what are they trying to do when they say gaming in the car. Like I maybe this is like the future. Maybe in the future people play games in their car, like not necessarily mobile games, but like, you know, because that's already a thing, but like I don't know. I guess this one's kind of depends on where do you live. I don't know. It's just kind of weird. It's just kind of weird. The idea of I don't know. I don't know, dude. Entertainment in cars. I feel like I don't know. Maybe it's just the future. I suppose. All right, that's kind of cool. How about AM? Wait, does Nvidia one have a good stuff? Oh, and the PlayStation VR 2. Hold up. But that's actually, by the way, that name's not that good. That name kind of sucks. I'm gonna be honest. That name's kind of sucks. Okay, this is the controller. That's an interesting design. Hmm. I don't think they've revealed any. Oh wait, is this the shape? Oh no, it's just a. Okay, that's fake. Hmm. The controller is actually looking sick. I'm kind of digging it. It's kind of similar in a way to the Oculus controller. Basically, two buttons on each, analogs, and start and pause, or pause and start and system, or something like that. And then trigger, and then grip. Adaptive trigger. Ooh. Ooh, adaptive trigger on PSVR. Okay, that's actually nice. Although I feel like, I mean, maybe the technology is not there yet, but actually haptic feedback? Oh, wait. The new controller will have haptic feedback optimized for its form factor, making every sensation in the game world more impactful, texture, and nuance. We're traversing a rocky desert, trading blows in melee. Oh, hold up. Alright, sorry about that. Got a call. Ooh, okay. Finger touch detection controller. Finger without pressing in the area where you place your thumb index to enable you to make a more natural gesture. Can detect your fingers without any pressing. Is that like Valve Index? If you want to do a new VRS, that's tracking ring across the bottom of the controller. I mean, pretty interesting, not gonna lie. It looking pretty sexy as well. Although I got a feeling the bulky design is gonna be quite annoying, I would guess. Especially if you want to put it somewhere in your room. It's probably gonna be a little bit like, I don't know about that type of thing. But okay. Alright. I'll take that. You know what? Let me just go through Verge. Intel. Nvidia. Alienware, I don't really care. AMD. Oh my god, this girl. Okay. I guess that's all. Alright. What does Intel bring?
Welcome to Intel's CES press conference, and today we're going to expand the 12th Gen family further, starting with the announcement that we're in production of our brand new 12th Gen Intel Core KS series processor. It has a whopping 5.5 gigahertz single core turbo right out of the box. And with optimizations for performance cores, we can get above 5 gigahertz on multi-core performance. And we'll ship this new enthusiast desktop part to OEM customers by the end of this quarter. I'm thrilled to announce that starting today, we're bringing our new hybrid architecture to performance laptops with the launch of 8 brand new 12th Gen H-Series mobile processors.
H-Series.
With up to 14 cores and clock speeds up to 5 gigahertz, our 12th Gen H-Series delivers up to 40% higher performance than our prior generation.
40%, 20%.
We are running the popular game Hitman 3 against the best compasso offer in the market today. When we tested it in our lab, we saw that our systems got 49% higher frame rates.
Oh my God, they
at 27% higher.
Did they mention the AMD? Oh my God, yo, chill out. What the? They didn't even say another manufacturer, just straight up say AMD, and they basically just said, yeah, our shit is better than this dog shit.
Higher frame rate.
Oh my
and we
God,
have Riftbreaker
calm
at
down,
27% higher FPS. Mountain Blade 2, Bannerlord at 23%, and Total War 3 Kingdoms
is this
at
is
47%.
new 3050?
We
This is the
designed
Intel
processor
one.
family to conquer multiple high-intensity
Also, what's up, Winston?
workloads
How you doing?
at the same time. Now today, I'm pleased to introduce more than 20 new designs powered by the H-Series processor.
Wow.
From partners including Dell, Gigabyte,
What is this
HP,
song?
Lenovo, MSI, Razer, Republic of Gamers, and more. We're not only bringing this architecture and performance to the enthusiast and gaming space, we're also bringing it to thinner and lighter laptops. And with that, I'm very excited to announce we're in production and shipping a new product line called the 12th Gen.
Okay, I don't really care about this
on a mission to
one.
deliver. I'm pleased that
Basically,
we intend to enable
work
new interactions
stuff.
with full flexibility across ecosystems, operating systems, and form factors.
This new Intel technology will break through the communication barriers no matter what your devices are or no matter what OS you're running. So let me give you some examples. The first thing we have is we have my iPhone here, but you can see my iMessages and SMS texts are showing up on my Evo laptop. Not only can I
Who the fuck use iMessages on their laptop? What?
see them, I can easily reply. Now, many people also love second displays when they travel. So let me show you how I can take my Android tablet and turn it into a second display.
Oh, this is like
We're gonna
what
click on our tablet.
Apple is doing.
We're going to hit extend screen. And you can see how my workflow is already moving across both screens.
Wow.
I'm excited to announce that we are now shipping our Intel Arc discrete GPUs
It's actually good though.
for 12th Gen Core H-Series mobile designs to our leading OEM customers. We will launch more than 50 mobile and desktop designs.
Okay, whatever, dude. I don't really care about the
on our discrete
mobile.
graphics.
Okay. Alright, that one's pretty boring, not gonna lie. Hopefully the new 3050 will totally not be consumed by scalpers. Well, I actually haven't seen the NVIDIA one, and we're about to see. Let's check it out.
Hi everyone, Happy New Year and welcome to our special event. With billions of devices unable to play the latest games, it's no surprise that cloud gaming is expected to grow to over 100 million
I don't like the way
subscribers
this guy
by 2024. For these gamers, we've built GeForce Now. I'm excited to announce that Battlefield 4 and Battlefield 5 are available on GFN starting today.
Wow.
Today, we're pleased to announce a partnership with Samsung to integrate GeForce Now into their smart TVs. So we've teamed with AT&T and their fast, reliable 5G network to bring the power of PC gaming to mobile devices. We also have an exclusive offer to announce. Starting today, AT&T customers with a 5G device on a qualifying plan can get a 6-month GeForce Now priority membership at no charge. Our new RTX 3080 tier of service, powered by the GeForce Now SuperPods, is the first to support 120 frames per second at 1440p on PCs, up to 1600p on MacBooks, and 4K with HDR on Shield TV. Available today at just $99 for a 6-month membership. Today we're announcing a new category of esports displays. 1440p 27-inch G-Sync and up to 360 Hz. These displays are also dual format.
That is so
They can
overkill.
switch to 1080p 25-inch
Overkill
if that's
as
preferred
fuck.
for certain games.
Today, NVIDIA is announcing a new class of 1440p 27-inch G-Sync esports displays. These displays feature industry-leading refresh rates up to
Okay, 60 Hz doesn't look like that. Fuck you.
Lowest latency.
I'm using 60 Hz right now. Come on. That's fucked
powered
up.
by mini LED backlights and oxide transistors make targets pop from the screen.
That's
An
fucked up.
enhanced, easier to use reflex analyzer automatically measures system latency, so gamers can head into competition with full
Jesus,
confidence
600
in the PC's performance.
FPS?
And if gamers still want to play a match at 1080p, the monitor features a special dual-format 25-inch 1080p mode. The future of esports monitors is here, with new displays available soon from AOC, Asus, MSI, and ViewSonic.
Today, we are announcing the RTX 3050. The GeForce
there you
RTX
go.
3050 brings the performance and efficiency of the Ampere architecture to more gamers than ever before. It powers the latest games at over 60 frames per second. Based on our Ampere architecture, the 3050 comes equipped with second-generation RT cores for ray tracing and third-generation Tensor cores for DLSS and AI. For the first time, you can play ray trace games on a 50-class GPU at over 60 frames per second. The RTX 3050 comes equipped with 8 gigabytes of G6 memory, and starting at just $249, it will be available worldwide.
All right, my food is here.
January 27th
I'll be right back.
from all of our partners. Today, we are announcing that NVIDIA Omniverse is out of beta and generally available to GeForce RTX Studio creators. Omniverse connects independent 3D design worlds together into a shared virtual space. The connecting language of Omniverse is USD, or Universal Scene Description, which you can think of as the HTML of 3D worlds. Once in Omniverse, an artist can draw on NVIDIA's superpowers, like physics, which can let artists use true-to-reality simulations that obey the laws of physics, and RTX Renderer to see the scene in real time, fully ray-traced or path-traced. Omniverse also lets you collaborate with another artist. Changes made by one designer are reflected back to the other artist. Today, Omniverse is connected to leading applications like 3ds Max, Maya, Blender, Unreal Engine, and many more to come. We are announcing over 160 new laptops, all built around our RTX 30 series GPUs. Today, we are announcing the RTX 3080 Ti laptop GPU, bringing the flagship 80 Ti class of GPUs to laptops for the first time. Featuring 16 gigabytes of the fastest GDDR6 ever shipped in a laptop, the RTX 3080 Ti delivers higher performance than the desktop Titan RTX. RTX 3080 Ti laptops start at $2499. The RTX 70 family is our fastest growing class of laptop GPUs. Introducing the RTX 3070 Ti. It's 70% faster than the RTX 2070 Super laptops and delivers 100 frames per second at 1440p. RTX 3070 Ti laptops start at $1499.
Did you say Ti?
And laptops powered by both of these new GPUs will be available starting February 1st. For creators looking for the best laptop...
Hold up. Did I miss anything good? Give me a sec. Let's finish it first.
...will be available announcing new NVIDIA Studio laptops. With the latest RTX GPUs, these laptops are 7 times faster than the newest MacBook Pro 16 in 3D design. This includes ultra-portable 14-inch thin and light.
How am I going to be looking at
Perfect
this?
for remote
I'm not
workers
sure,
and
man.
Students like the new Razer Blade 14. Dual display laptops.
Did he say student? Okay, dude. Good one.
For video editors like the new Asus ZenBook Pro Duo. And the most powerful laptops for creators like the new MSI Creator Z17 featuring RTX 3080 Ti. But there's one more thing. RTX 3090 Ti. A monster GPU.
God.
40 shader teraflops. 78 RT teraflops. 320 tensor teraflops. 24 gigabytes of 21 gigabit per second G6X memory, the fastest ever. The RTX 3090 Ti, our next BFG PU. Tune in later this month for more details.
Did you know that white rhinos and black rhinos...
Oh my god. Right. First of all, what the fuck is... What? Do they actually call it Thai instead of TI? I thought it's called TI. Or pronounced TI. Also, what is this?
Omniverse connects independent 3D design worlds together into a shared virtual space. The connecting language of Omniverse is USD, or Universal Scene Description, which you can think of as the HTML of 3D worlds. Once in Omniverse, an artist can draw on NVIDIA's superpowers, like physics, which can let artists use true-to-reality simulations that obey the laws of physics, and RTX Renderer to see the scene in real time, fully ray-traced or path-traced. Omniverse also lets you collaborate with another artist. Changes made by one designer are reflected back to the other artist. Today, Omniverse is connected to leading
that's actually cool.
like 3ds Max, Maya, Blender, Unreal Engine, and many more to come. We are announcing over 160 new laptops, all built around our RTX 30 series.
Alright, I don't care about this one. I mean... How much is it 3050 again? $249. That's actually super cheap. But it's not gonna be $249. I'm sorry. If anyone's waiting for this GPU and expecting to get this GPU, I'm sorry, dude. There's literally millions of PC running 24/7 right now with bots that ready to purchase that shit times 50 just for one guy so he can Bitcoin mine shit. Yeah. I'm sorry, dude. Unfortunate. Imagine looking at stuff you'll never have. Yeah, that's why you keep looking at me and my stream. Motherfucker. By the way, this shit is so fucking spicy. Okay, 3090 Ti. Honestly, why? I don't see the reason why they should release that. I thought the 3090 is already the beast. I don't know. But sure, I guess. Holy shit. Ah, why is it so spicy? God damn it. For money, what else? I mean, yeah, obviously, but like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's just unnecessary. Okay, I want to see something. Let me see if you can actually already pre-order this shit. RTX 3050. Okay, I am seeing a lot of laptop, which is already released a while ago, but not GPU. Jesus, the 3060 is like as cheap as $800. Oh my fucking god. Dude, these scalpers are fucking insane. Whatever, dude. God damn, MSRP doesn't matter anymore apparently nowadays, huh? Like, it literally doesn't apply for us. It applies for the scalpers. It sucks balls. Oh! Once in, look at this. Boom. Look at this baby. God damn. Sony PSVR 2. Look at those things. And you know what's cool about this? Oh, you saw it before? It has haptic feedback. You know how fucking important that is for VR? Dude! Also, I kind of don't like this presentation. They literally just put fucking words on the presentation. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck does expanded field of view means? What are the numbers? How much is the FOV? I don't understand expanded FOV. Like, what the fuck? Hello? But at the same time, I feel like they're not ready to release the headset. That's why they only reveal the controller. By the way, the controller looks very similar in style with the Oculus. It's basically 2 buttons on each, analog and then the option button, and then the trigger and then the grip. This ring, I feel like it's gonna be, I mean, it looks cool, first of all, but I feel like it's gonna be hell of a annoying to put somewhere, like either hang or just put on somewhere on your table. I don't know, probably not, but if you're gonna move, or like you're a traveler, you're gonna move a lot, this is gonna be the most annoying controller to package. It's so bulky. I don't know, but it's kind of cool. So there's that. Oh shit, 110 degrees. There we go. Oh, they posted it in the blog. So we got 2000 times 2040. That is big. And an OLED display. 4K HDR, which probably not gonna apply for most games. 110 degree. I think that's the biggest. I forgot how much is Valve Index? I don't think Valve is above 110. So I don't know. Hello, what's up, Ray? When check memes? I don't check Discord right now. I'll check it later. 999. Valve Index FOV. Holy shit, wait, what? Really? Specs. 130? Jesus Christ. Wait, that's actually crazy. Okay, this site sucks balls, dude. Okay, let's say it is 130. The specified field of view is 130, but user report a practical field of view of 120. Oh, okay. Okay. OLED though. OLED in 2240. 90 or 120 hertz. Headset-based controller tracking, inside-out tracking. So it is essentially Oculus Rift. I mean Oculus Quest 2, but for PS, and obviously better. Interesting. Pimax have the highest? Yeah, but Pimax is overpriced as fuck though. Isn't it? Like, how much is Pimax? 1300. Is it the same or on par with Valve Index? Like, I don't know. Literally, I have no idea Who own a fucking Pimax? I don't know a single person in VR chat that own a Pimax. Wait, it's not that expensive. The fuck? Also, that Pfizer, I'm not a big fan of that. I don't know why they designed it like that. 1.3K only the headset? Easy, they haven't finished their control. What? Oh. Wait, why? Oh yeah, you're right. Wait, why? That's kind of weird. There's 2 people own Pimax. Okay, it's more of an enthusiast, I'm assuming. You don't look comfortable for casual? I mean, airplane or racing sim? Makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, look at that. What the fuck is this, dude? You look like some fucking scuffed ass Power Ranger. Or the enemy of the Power Ranger. Like you're about to fucking laser sight someone with this. Like, what the fuck is this? Okay, but yeah, I think this is more of a enthusiast grade. They will ship a controller to you when it's ready. Okay, that's kind of scuff. Imagine trying to work out with that on your face. Yeah, definitely not a good idea. What is the biggest VR seller in Indonesia? And one just because he have a lot of money and he just bought it out of nowhere. Yes, I know both of them. Okay, I see. I see how it is. I mean, if you own a business in VR, might as well you own every single VR headset. I would. Like, it might as well you learn the product that you sell, so it kind of makes sense. Okay. So it's not really like a mass consumer grade. Makes sense. Makes sense. Although, if this is out, I would be interested to give it a try because it essentially, the haptic feedback really interests me. Not gonna lie. But I'm not sure if it's gonna be compatible with PC VR headsets. You know what I mean? But everything's possible so far. Like, literally every single headset can be paired with every single controller. As long as you can get the software. Hmm. 3-axis gyroscope, 3-axis accelerometer, or camera for headset controller tracking IR. Okay, okay. Should be puzzled with some software like driver for VR, basically. Alright, last one.
Hello,
AMD. Alright, let's check this out.
Joining us today for our first product premiere of 2022. Today, I'm proud to launch our AMD Ryzen 6000 series processors that deliver leadership performance, battery life, and much, much more. It starts with an updated Zen 3 Plus CPU core optimized specifically to deliver leadership performance per watt for notebooks. For the first time, we are bringing RDNA 2 graphics to our notebook APUs. For increased performance and greater power efficiency, Ryzen 6000 APUs are built using TSMC's 6nm process technology.
Ooh.
And to enable our partners to build the ultimate notebooks, we paired our leadership mobile processor with the latest in memory and connectivity technologies, including low-power DDR5 memory, USB 4, and Wi-Fi 6E. Ryzen 6000 powered notebooks feature our fastest Ryzen processor
I was
ever.
just, oh, she's describing the
With
notebook. I was
speeds
like, why
up
the
to
fuck
5
does
gigahertz,
CPU have a
we're
fucking
delivering
Wi-Fi?
an average of 1.3x faster performance compared to the 5000 series across a wide range of compute-intensive benchmarks. And with an RDNA2 graphics built in, it's a massive leap. Ryzen 6000 APUs deliver up to 69% faster video editing, more than double the 3D rendering performance, and double the 1080p gaming performance.
Okay.
To better address the evolving security
Double this,
threats
double
facing
that.
the industry, I'm very proud to announce that Ryzen 6000 series will be the first PC processors that integrate the Microsoft Pluton security processor.
Who?
We've made significant design optimizations and enhancements in our Ryzen 6000 processors.
Wait,
to
what is
deliver
that?
leadership performance per watt, including an all-new adaptive power control framework and new power management features that will enable up to 24 hours of video playback on a single charge.
In Ryzen 6000, we introduced the Zen 3 Plus core, bringing into perfect balance high performance and incredible efficiency. The Zen 3 core shines in cases where performance really matters. We've upped our game in raw APU horsepower, logging substantial gains in both single-thread and multi-thread compute. Cinebench R23 single-thread has improved by 11%, and multi-thread has improved by 28%. A combination of improved frequency and enhanced clock residency delivers performance across the most demanding applications. PC Mark 10 Extended, which blends a suite of real-world applications, shows a 28% gain compared to our Ryzen 5000 series product. 30% incredible.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Compared to Ryzen 5000 graphics, the RDNA 2 engine supports a 2x graphics. 6000 APU graphics also beats that MX4
plus 78% on Fortnite. Oh my god.
50 discrete graphics, hands down.
Okay, wait, why do they compare Doom Eternal on 1080p low settings? Why? Why not high? Why CSGO in ultra? But then this is why? Okay, that's kind of scuffed.
Down. Ryzen 6000 also introduces an all-new connected laptop platform. There's an all-new high-speed USB 4.
All new.
PCIe Gen 4
2 times the speed.
Generation of mobile
16
GPUs
times the
NVMe
detail.
drives to their full potential. Most notably, the Radeon 6000 series lineup of GPUs supports this high-speed interface from top to bottom. We've enabled the latest DDR5 or LPDDR5 on all Ryzen 6000 platforms. Our deep partnership with a number of wireless providers ensures fast, responsive Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 6E solutions are available on Ryzen 6000 laptop.
Okay. Honestly, I still haven't seen or heard anyone talking about the USB 4, but DDR5 is fucking everywhere, and I'm kind of interested. Although I think Linux uploaded a video about it, I haven't checked it out, but in the title it says something along the line like it doesn't matter or you shouldn't buy the DDR5 yet or something like that. So that's gonna be interesting.
And finally, Ryzen 6000 rocks an all-new display engine, delivering the richest visuals of any notebook platform.
In addition to the ThinkPad Z, we have a record number of premium commercial, consumer, and gaming notebook designs powered by Ryzen 6000 on the way this year. And to power all those different notebooks, we have 20 different Ryzen 6000 mobile processors optimized for ultra-thin, commercial, and gaming designs. And you should see the first Ryzen 6000 notebooks starting in February.
Today, we are announcing a whole lot of new AMD Radeon mobile GPUs to bring the best experience to every gaming laptop. For the Slim line, we have 3 models, averaging over 80
I'm gonna say
to
something
100
after this.
frames per second in the latest AAA and eSport gaming titles. For the M series, we're introducing the new RX 6850M XT, our fastest GPU for extreme gaming laptops. And new 6650 models, delivering up to 20% more performance over the original 6600M. And a brand new GPU for gamers, available in 2 models.
Oh.
The AMD Radeon RX 6300M and the 6500M.
Okay, it's another
For our
mobile.
desktop gamers, today we are introducing
What's up,
a
Raptor?
new
Good
6-nanometer
No,
GPU
you.
that brings RDNA 2 graphics to even more gamers.
What's up, man? How you doing?
The AMD Radeon
Oh!
RX 6500 XT. This graphics card has the fastest sustained GPU clock rates ever at over 2.6 gigahertz, includes 16 hardware RAID accelerators, 16 megabytes of Infinity Cache, and supports the full suite of
The
Adrenaline
fuck is
software
Infinity
features.
Cache?
The Radeon RX 6500
What?
XT partner design
I'm sorry.
will be available January 19th, starting at $199.
I'm excited to announce
What?
that we've taken our FS.
Why is it so fucking cheap? Hold on. Oh, okay, never mind. It's the 16 version.
$199.
I'm excited to announce that we've taken our FSR technology
Hey,
and
FSR.
integrated it into the next version of the Adrenaline software suite.
I'm actually excited for this
new
one.
feature, it's called Radeon Super Resolution, and it allows you to get the performance benefits of FSR across nearly every game you own. Today, I'm excited to announce that the next generation of the Zephyrus G14 will feature Ryzen 9 6000 series
another
processors
laptop.
and now include Radeon thin and light mobile graphics, offering GPUs up to a Radeon RX 6800S, along with AMD Smart Shift and Smart Access technologies. The industry's first 14-inch AMD Advantage gaming laptop will be available in select regions in Q1.
Today, I'm excited to announce that we are bringing 3D chiplet technology to market in our Ryzen CPUs. The Ryzen 7 5800X3D is our first Ryzen processor with 3D V-Cache technology. It features 8 cores, 16 threads, up to 4.5 gigahertz boost, and a large 64 megabytes of 3D cache to go with the
What is that name? AMD Ryzen 7 5800X3D. Oh my god, dude. All right. I'll see you around, Rapture. Take care. Thank you for stopping by.
Looking at the performance in 1080p gaming, we see a significant increase in performance in many games with the 96 megabytes of L3 cache. Across the entire suite, it delivers an average of 15% more frames per second than our previous fastest gaming processor, the Ryzen 9 5900X. And when compared to the competition's best gaming processor, we're proud to say the combination of the Zen 3 core and AMD 3D V-Cache once again makes Ryzen the fastest gaming CPU in the world. And I'm happy to say that Ryzen 7 5800X3D will be available starting this spring. Zen 4 is the next big step. Built on 5-nanometer process technology, Zen 4 will extend our performance and performance per watt leadership in desktop PCs. This is the all-new 5-nanometer AMD Ryzen 7000 desktop
Oh my god, they set up the music for this.
It's currently running in our labs, and the performance looks incredible. In addition to the new Ryzen 7000 CPUs, we're introducing an all-new AM5 platform. AM5 features an LGA socket and includes a support for PCI Express Gen 5, DDR5 memory, and much, much more. And I'm happy to say that we're on track to bring Ryzen 7000 and AM5 to the market in the second half of this year. Now, to wrap up, we'll start with Radeon 6500 XT, available January 19th. The first notebooks powered by our Ryzen 6000 CPUs and Radeon 6000 GPUs will arrive in February. And Ryzen 7 5800X3D will launch in the spring. And we are super excited to launch our next generation Ryzen 7000 desktop CPUs in the second half of 2022.
2H is second half?
I want to thank all of you who have joined us today on the product premiere live stream. We look forward to a great 2022 and seeing you again soon.
Okay. I mean, honestly, some of them are actually pretty interesting. Like what the fuck the GPU called again? Yeah, whatever the fuck that is. Okay, 6500 XT for $200. That's interesting. Sure. But it's probably gonna be like around 30-50 competing. performance. Have you played One Shot? Yes, that's actually one of the first game I played on stream. Long time ago, but yes, I played it. But can you get it? That's true. That is truly the question that we all asking for. The problem is this. The problem is that most people cannot afford the flagship or like the the mid to high GPUs, right? So instead, most people gonna lean towards the budget ones. But at the same time, the crypto peeps and well, the crypto one probably gonna be less of a problem. I think it's more of the scalpers gonna be a problem because they can get more for the budget. So yeah, it's I doubt this is gonna be on stock. Honestly, yeah. I don't know. Like that's also the reason why you also pointed out as well, once in on why they're so hardcore with the you know, the laptop, because obviously laptop are less scalpable, and they realize this. Realize. Wait, realize. What? But yeah, I mean, they're not wrong though. The thing is that getting a laptop in the current gen, if you're interested in gaming, is probably not a bad idea at all. I'm gonna be honest. Like for the same price, at this point, you can definitely get more performance in the laptop. Like the good ones, for sure. Albeit, everything mobile version is definitely gonna be a lot worse in a sense. But better than nothing, I guess. I don't know. Better than nothing. That's why if anyone are interested in building a PC gaming or like trying to get into like PC gaming in general, or just trying to build a PC for less gaming but more all around, it's still laptop. Like if I were to get one, I'm probably gonna go for a laptop rather than a PC. Not gonna lie. Much, not you don't feel like you're getting scammed or gotta buy ready made now if you want a same price. Exactly. It just kind of sucks because in the end, laptop performance is not gonna be as good as PC, even though in the name it's the same thing. Like 3060 and 3060 on a laptop, the 3060M version, the desktop version is definitely gonna be better in anyways. So that's also sucks. But hey, at this point, you gotta make do, I guess. You gotta make do. Nah. Meh. Meh. Well, why is this becoming this song? Give me a sec. Oh my god. Alright. Was that it? Let me see if there's anything specifically good other than that. Those are the PC ones. They're Samsung. They're okay, the Samsung one is making Samsung one is all over the place. I think it's worth checking it out. Yeah, the Samsung one is everywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god. We might as well check it out.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the Vice Chairman and CEO from Samsung Electronics, J.H. Han.
Our product life cycle is designed to minimize the impacts on the environment. With new technology that both connects and conserves, we are empowering consumers to reduce their environmental footprints. Every year, Samsung sells 500 million devices, and many smart devices available today come with Samsung's chipsets. Today, your favorite products like a bespoke refrigerator, Galaxy Buds, or Quality include recycled materials.
Jesus, his accent is so strong.
But we are not wrong, because this year we'll use 30 times more recycled plastic for screens than it did last year. All of our TV boxes included recycled materials. Our expanded SmartThings energy service lets you monitor your electricity usage. Last year, we introduced the industry's first solar cell remote to eliminate the batteries.
I didn't know that.
Charging it from the lights inside your home. Our enhanced solar cell remote
That's actually cool.
is even better. Getting electricity from radio frequencies in devices like Wi-Fi routers.
Interesting.
What's more, it will be included in more Samsung products like our new Samsung TVs and home appliances. All with the hope of eliminating more than 200 million batteries from landfills. By 2025,
That's
we are
humble.
making our TVs and phone chargers operate on near zero standby power, so they will consume almost no energy when idle. One such challenge is microplastics.
Okay, this is actually cool.
Tiny specks of
He's talking about
plastic
eco
that could harm our environment,
in a technology
especially
conference.
the water. Experts believe microplastics get into the water through the laundry cycle. To address this, we are collaborating with Patagonia, bringing our shared vision of a healthy planet to life.
I've been with Patagonia for nearly 50 years.
What is
And
this?
one problem for our company has been the shedding of microplastic fibers from our fleece jackets, so small in diameter that they cannot, so far, be filtered out in washing machines or trapped in municipal wastewater systems. They make their way out the rivers to the ocean and into the stomachs of seabirds. Samsung's engineers took this problem to heart and are working to develop a very sophisticated new washer that will be able to filter microplastic waste and keep it out of the water. The progress is quick, and we're so grateful for the work Samsung's people are doing.
Okay, that's actually cool. Singer playing everything on the list. That doesn't make any sense. What? Whoa! What is this?
I'm currently backstage playing
What?
with the Freestyle, using its cool features to project this onto my face. Samsung's new portable screen, the Freestyle, is perfect. You never have to compromise because the screen itself can project up to 100 inches. Connecting to the Freestyle is also incredibly easy. Just tap your phone and mirror content almost instantly. No cables or even Wi-Fi required. The Freestyle is open to all devices that connect to SmartThings, giving everyone an opportunity for a totally flexible screen experience. But more than just content, you can play with the Freestyle's ambient mode to reflect your vibe. For me, city skylines and neon lights are great for setting the mood. Or get creative and project your own art wherever you want. It even acts as a smart speaker with a 360-degree sound, so you can use the lights and music to have a party wherever you are.
Okay, I don't know about party.
The next destination for all things gaming.
Okay, is this gonna be an online service, gaming service again? The fucking Google Stadia bullshit with Samsung one. Oh my god. What is it again? Cloud-based service.
Samsung Gaming Hub.
Okay. You cannot... Oh my god, this is the most boomer naming. Oh my god! Guys, do you guys want to play Fortnite together on well, oh, you play on PC? I play on Samsung Gaming Hub. Bro, you come on, man. Bro.
The Gaming Hub bridges the gap between hardware and
No,
software.
come on, dude.
Create
That's such a
easier
awful
way
name.
to discover and play tons of games from great partners like NVIDIA GeForce Now, Stadia, and Utomic. No game downloads required. It will be available.
Oh, they're
on
using
2022
their service.
Samsung smart TVs and monitors later this year. And stay tuned for even more announcements in the next few months. Odyssey Arc is a next generation gaming screen that you can set up horizontally or vertically to make the best use of your space. It's 55 inches horizontally, but its curved design and customizable angles help make long gaming sessions easy on your eyes. Multi-view options let you catch up with friends while playing, and an ambient game
I still don't understand
means you
curved
can adjust
monitor.
the on-screen
It's not
dimensions
good for
to
me.
fit whatever game you're playing.
We're bringing bespoke to 3-door and 4-door French door refrigerators.
What the
And the
fuck?
Smart Family Hub
Refrigerators?
with panels in, get this, 12 colors.
Whoa.
This includes brand new colors like clementine glass and emerald green steel that look great and fit your aesthetic. The smart washer gets
Keep
even
reminding you?
more customizable with AI. It learns and recommends your regular cycles and uses AI to take the guesswork out of how long to wash and how much detergent you actually need. UMake is a customization hub, a place where you can tailor your favorite technologies and experiences to fit you.
Introducing the Samsung Home Hub.
Oh my god, Samsung.
Powered by SmartThings, Samsung Home Hub integrates with
Your namings, bro.
AI-powered appliances and other devices. Samsung, along with GE, Haier, Electrolux, Trane, and Arçelik, are working together on a shared vision to ensure that all the large investments in your home, from HVAC systems to TVs and fridges, offer safety, reliability, and security, regardless of brand.
Imagine a scenario where your TV works with your HVAC system to detect temperature in the home and figure out where people are in the home, to automatically adjust all the settings to make sure that your comfort is hyper-personalized.
I don't know about that. Excuse
As the
me?
spark for change. Thank you.
Did you say it?
Figure out where people are in the home.
The fucking thing can figure out where you at in your home. I don't know about that.
Thank you. And have a wonderful CES.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know about that. But the rest are pretty fucking cool, not gonna lie. Because obviously, things like washing your clothes, or just like, you know, things like that, I feel like that's good. If everything's more optimized on things that less, like things that require less focus, I feel like that's fine. But things like how the system will detect where you at in your house, so it will automatically adjust the temperature or something like that. I don't know about that. I'm gonna be honest. That's kind of sketchy. That's kind of sketchy. But other than that, I'm actually pretty fucking cool. I'm pretty fucking you know, what's the word? Hyped, I guess, but not really hype. Because one thing about this presentation so far is that they kind of push the more eco-friendly way of technology works. Zero standby power. Consume almost no energy. Fucking solar panel on devices. Like, and then this thing, the microplastic filter in your washing machine. Like, those are actually really nice. Like, you know what I mean? They're not just showing power, more speed, more AI, more fast. Like, no, they just actually like saying how we can conserve energy and shit like that. That's actually pretty fucking cool. Props to that, actually. Samsung. Goddamn. Sheesh. Even Linus talking about it. Okay. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I mean, so far, Sony one was pretty fun. The Sony conference, considering they have like, oh yeah, let's see if they have the Horizon Coal Mountain. Okay. The trailer from the CES video was very blurry. So I want to see if this one's actually smoother. It's directly from the PlayStation channel.
Hi everyone, I'm Jan-Mart van Beek. I'm one of the studio directors at Guerrilla. Everyone at our studio is working to put the last finishing touches on Horizon Forbidden West as we get ready for launch. We're all very excited and can't wait to get the game into your hands on the 18th of February. It's only a few more weeks.
Not on
as you
PC.
join Aloy on her journey into the Forbidden West, it's great to know that this is not the final frontier of the world of Horizon. In fact, it's only the beginning. Our teams have also been working on a brand new game set in the world of Horizon, which we are very proud to announce. And so today, we'd like to tell you that we're creating a unique new Horizon experience. One that has been built from the ground up for PlayStation's next-gen VR hardware.
Oh my god.
It's been designed to push gameplay, technology, and hardware innovation. And it truly shows what's possible with the hardware's best-in-class visual experience and brand new controllers, allowing you to interact and feel immersed in the world of Horizon in a whole new way. Now please enjoy this glimpse into our new adventure. Welcome to Horizon Call of the Mountain.
Oh shit. I wonder what is Fire Sprite. I haven't looked them up.
There. What's that tall neck doing?
Okay.
It's heading towards Dawn's grasp. It's headed towards us.
Never mind. So that was just the quality. I think what they're doing is that they record the lens of the VR. It looks very washed. Right? Is it just me? Like, it looks very distorted. Like, I'm pretty sure the game doesn't look like this because, you know, this looks like someone's put a camera on a monitor. That's what this looks like. That's why I'm kind of like, why? But oh well. Well, at least they're making something. Fortnite West. Pretty cool though. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh my god. So that was CES. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of glad I didn't really go live just for that. Because that was kind of I'm gonna be honest. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay. Is there anything else? Is there anything else? Check the memes? What do you mean? Oh my god, you posted so many memes, dude.
Man, I need a beer. Let's get a...
Yeah. We post so many. Jesus Christ.
Man, I need a beer. Let's get a... Now, we'll try it. Wait.
You made the right choice, fool.
Nice. That music cut short though. Okay, I mean, I can check the memes later on. You guys have fun with posting the memes and shit, yeah? Saints, you got a new friend. We got more memers. Alright, let me see. Oh fuck, I forgot to change the region settings. Oh, Donkey new video. Okay. There's another. I guess that was it. There's not much going on. Apex new cinematic? The hell is this? We already got a new cinematic?
Hello, I am Mr. Anita! Where are you? Jackson!
Bangalore. Oh my god. Oh shit, Titanfall. Titanfall reference.
No matter what, we get each other home.
Jackson?
Whoa, Sergeant, you made it. That enemy pilot got you good.
Wait, what's the sit rep? Where's Lieutenant Williams?
Wait, hold on. Wait, where are you going?
The bridge.
That's not possible.
What the hell?
Anita!
Thank God.
It's okay.
Whoa! Wait, what? Why is the alert not going off?
We're safe now.
Gara, thank you for the raid. What's up? How you doing? The thingy thing doesn't go off. Hold up.
Putang ina! Si Optimum
Wait,
Pride!
that's a misclick.
Optimum Pride!
Wow. 27 months. Wow.
Okay, whatever. That counts. It's your resub from yesterday anyway. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. How you doing? What's up? How's your stream? What's up? How's Vermintide? I was watching you a little bit earlier. Did you finish the thingy thing? Optimum Pride.
Optimum Prideo.
Thank you for the raid, by the way. Appreciate it. What's up, Sudo? How you doing?
Gridiron was a massive.
Good timing, by the way. Apex.
We're alive, sis.
New cinematic.
That's what matters. They called a retreat, but just a few of us got back to the Hestia. Made an uncharted jump, and here we are. Edge of the galaxy. The Outlands.
No. That can't be right. We would never let Gridiron fall.
You were out a long time. The war's over. We can start a new life here.
What are you talking about? This is enemy territory.
What are you doing?
Reporting in.
There's no way back.
Sergeant Williams. I need you to put out an SOS to any IMC friendlies on an encrypted signal. Crew of the IMS Hestia requesting immediate evac.
I detect no IMC signatures within range.
Just do it! There's gotta be someone left. There's gotta be.
Our family's been fighting this war for generations. Here, Dad made me one on my first deploy. Congrats. You're an active duty Williams now.
Jackie.
No matter what, we get each other home.
To the IMC.
To family.
Jackson.
Okay.
Gridiron is lost.
Ignore that order. Prepare for jump.
No! The fight isn't over!
It is for us.
What the hell's going on?
You lied to me. There was no retreat.
Well, there should have been.
Damn coward!
You didn't see what I saw. We were dying for a lost cause, and they knew it.
Then that was the mission! We're soldiers! That's what we signed up for!
I signed up to protect my family. The IMC never gave a damn about us. Nita, open your eyes.
I have.
Okay.
Lieutenant Williams, you are a traitor to the IMC. The penalty for desertion is death.
Sir, you promised leniency.
I'll give him a quicker death than he deserves.
Sir, he deserves a hearing. We have to escort him back to Gridiron.
Don't be naive, soldier. For the IMC to survive, it must be purged of weakness.
Get out of here, Nita.
I can't let you do this, sir. This is wrong.
Such a waste.
Let's go!
We're looking at Apex new cutscene. Timefall reference.
I'm good.
regenerations.
My dude missed with a smart pistol.
Imagine your parents' disappointment when they learned their children died as traitors and cowards.
Oh! That was right through the neck. Jesus.
I'm so sorry.
You did what you thought was right. We both did. The IMC will never stop coming for me.
Then we keep moving.
I could be running the rest of my life. I can't ask you to sign up for that.
You don't have to. We're family.
Okay. Wait, is this supposed to be like a backstory? A background story? Okay. Huh? God damn. Dude, the cloak ability though? I'm not sure if that's just Respawn teasing about potential, you know, Timefall abilities on, you know, Apex, the wall run. Oh man. I don't know though. I don't know. It's like the Bloodhound one. There's a Bloodhound one? I don't even know. Apex Legends Bloodhound. This one? Have I watched this? I don't remember. The Voidwalker I have. The Bloodhound one? I don't think... Oh, is it this one? 1 year ago. Wait, I've never seen this one. Let me see. Now I'm kind of curious. The animations looks pretty nice.
Thought machines contained this land for them. That power seduced them. Made them weaker.
Weaker.
A warning, child. Come. That would be your final test. Trust your instincts, young one. All machine fail. But the old ways preserve our Falai people.
Falai people.
Uncle Arthur.
You will return as one of us. Or return not at all.
Devs sparring 2% of their skin's income to make pointless videos instead of actual story. What do you mean? This is a story. Balay fighter.
Bluth hunter. Vil slatra.
I will slaughter our enemies. Damn, headshot. This actually looks really dope. I'm liking this. I'm shit on Apex Lights might jump till they give Titanfall back to us. No, Doom's right. The only reason Titanfall is still allowed by EA to be in production at least is because Apex is making money. If Apex is not a thing, I don't think Titanfall 3 is even still in production at all. I'm just saying.
Me test is Villa. I give my offering to the All Father.
You gotta remember, Respawn is under EA.
Plagued our people.
E motherfucking A.
Found its lair. Bless me, Uncle.
Oh no, he knows.
Have you chosen exile?
I have brought down a creature that none among us has ever slaughtered.
You traded the lesson of the hunt for a quick kill with a trigger. You betrayed the old ways. Watch your tongue, child.
I'm scared.
You are afraid of a power you do not understand.
That power enslaved us! You reject the very wisdom that kept us alive. You reject us.
Oh shit.
I have spent 10 winters proving myself to you.
It is not my respect you must earn, young one.
Giga. It's still alive. Oh Jesus. What the fuck? That scared it?
Do not wait for me.
I failed you. Forgive me.
relieved to see you pass a test. It was not the gun that protected them. It was you. Perhaps there is more to the old ways than the weapon we chose. And beast nana slatra. You will be the first. Luthondur. The old father guides you now.
The Allfather. Oh damn, this one's extra long. It's kind of sick. Oh, birdie. God damn! That's actually kind of nice.
Farewell. Go now to Valhalla End.
Lore building. Holy shit. Just like that. Damn, okay, that's actually really good. Woo! Okay, okay. Respawn, I see you. I see you. I have not seen this one. April 3rd. Huh. I missed that completely. Can't even imagine how many games wouldn't exist if but more money was the only drive. Honestly, here's the thing, Saints. One thing that you have to understand, sure, Apex, a lot of people doesn't like it because it's Battle Royale, and that's about it. And a lot of people blame that Titanfall 3 is not a thing because Apex a thing. But you gotta remember, Respawn, this amazing dev team, is working under EA. No matter what you want to say, like, if you can go back in time and for some fucking reason you can convince EA to let them make Titanfall 3 instead of Apex, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Like, the fact that Vince Zampella, I forgot his full name. The fact that he is still working in Respawn, and now he is also the creative director for Battlefield, since the previous guy left the company, the development team. So now he is the director for both Respawn and DICE. So he's gonna control both Titanfall universe and Battlefield universe in a sense. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Sure, we don't get Titanfall 3 yet, but it's coming. It's coming for sure. And you want them to make Titanfall 3 with as much like a budget possible. More budget, the reality is more budget equals more freedom to making the project. Less budget, it's just not gonna be as good. And without Apex, they're probably not gonna have as much money as they have now. That's the reality of it. You know what I mean? So yeah. That's how I see it. Like you can blame, oh yeah, the release date of Titanfall 2 was in between Call of Duty and Battlefield. Sure, it plays the fact into that. But the fact that at the time PUBG was the biggest thing, and then Fortnite comes along, and then everyone was kind of like, yo, what is this Battle Royale thing? You know what I mean? Like getting that money for EA is the number one most important thing. And I'm pretty sure there's nothing Respawn can do as long as they're still working under EA. They're not independent developer team. Respawn is just a developer team under EA. So whatever the fuck they want, it have to be approved by EA. And I'm pretty sure EA doesn't want Titanfall 3 at that time. But since Apex was such a successful game, we got a confirmation that Titanfall 3 is in fact in production. So the fact that that's a thing, you know, rather than no Titanfall 3 at all, is good. I'm just saying. So I'm all for it. I'm not even an Apex guy. I do play it, but not as often as most Apex player is. But I installed Apex because I love Titanfall 2 so much. You know what I mean? I installed Apex day one because Respawn released it. That's it. I just want more Titanfall. I'm pretty sure most of you guys have too. If you have played the campaign, everyone wants. But I would rather get an actual game rather than some forced release. You know what I mean? Like for example, motherfucking what's a good example, honestly? It's like GTA Online's safe, GTA 6, that's why it doesn't exist, because you prove Rockstar they can get lazy and greedy. Wrong. You know why GTA? I thought we already talked about this in the stream before. GTA 6 does not exist, not because GTA Online. Sure, it's part of it, but secondly, if you look into it, the Rockstar co-creator, I forgot his name, Sam, Den something, I forgot, have left the company since 2016, 2017. So, and if you look them up, let me help you with that. Let's run a real quick fact check here. Okay, Dan Houser was it Dan Houser? Oh yeah, okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, Sam Houser. So this guy, blah, 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 was basically the reason we have GTA. He literally write every single GTA stuff, including Bully, including Midnight Club, Red Dead Redemption, LA Noir's not, Max Payne, you know, all that kind of stuff. This is the guy who created the universe ish. He's the co-founder of the Rockstar game. This guy left Rockstar a while ago because issue with the motherfucking whatever the fuck inside. And you know for sure GTA 6 gonna struggle hard without this guy. Like easily, because he responsible for creating the universe of at least the single player story. And we all know we appreciate, like, you know, all the good GTA or Red Dead Redemption 2 was fucking amazing, by the way. So honestly, if I were one of the employees from Rockstar, I would probably be, I'm not sure what are we gonna do. They could hire another writer, but the scariest thing to do as someone who runs the company right now is that how can you make a sequel of a GTA that can be at least as good or better than GTA 5? Because GTA 5 campaign is fucking amazing. And I like Red Dead Redemption 2. Oh my god. You know what I mean? Like, you know, so it's not gonna be easy to do that. Then left 4 years ago after we already knew they're not gonna make GTA 6 because of shark cards. Wrong. Shark cards only available because of Take-Two, not Rockstar. Now you gotta remember, Rockstar Games are a parent's company to Take-Two Interactive. And we don't really have to talk about Take-Two because of how fucking shitty that company is. Like, how fucking greedy they are. So, you know, all this, like, what makes Titanfall 2 hasn't released, or GTA 6 is not a thing. You cannot really blame the existing things. Like, you cannot really blame shark cards, even though it's part of it. You cannot really blame Apex Legend, even though it's also part of it. But it's just how the world works. You know what I mean? Sometimes, like, maybe Dan has a reason why he left the company. You know what I mean? He probably also think like, man, fuck this shit, dude. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, if I work under Take-Two Interactive as like a creative, under the creative division, I would probably get the fuck out as well, knowing how Take-Two Interactive works. You know what I mean? So it's just unfortunate. Like, we all I'm pretty sure we all here wants, you know, GTA 6 as much as everyone else out there. But I would rather GTA 5 being the last GTA rather than getting a shitty GTA 6. And I would rather Titanfall 2 become the last Titanfall rather than getting a shitty Titanfall 3. Because the last thing you want is a shitty sequel to ruin the whole series. You know what I mean? Like, that is the last thing you want. That's why so many companies, especially AAA, so scared of making new stuff, because new stuff are unpredictable. That is, new stuff cannot be calculated by some fucking quantify bullshit research. Like, you know, it's uncalculated. Like, sometimes you just kind of have to jump to make a new IP. You just gotta YOLO it, and hopefully people love it. Like Titanfall 2. You know what I mean? Because Titanfall 1 was released without a campaign, and everyone's like, Yeah, it's fun. But it's just Call of Duty, but futuristic. That was Titanfall 1. And a Titanfall 2 came out with a fucking amazing campaign, by the way. And everyone suddenly was like, whoa, who the fuck is this Respawn guys? They're fucking dope. I want more. You know what I mean? So the standard suddenly becomes so high. And if you have a standard such as high as GTA 5, Red Dead Redemption 2, Titanfall 2, you know, it's scary. It's really scary to make a sequel. Because it seems like you have made the best thing that you can produce in your life, but people expecting more from you. You know? That kind of feeling, I feel like, plays such a big contribution into what makes a lot of AAA company are so scared on making, you know, series of games or new IPs like back in the day. Because back in the day, it was you know, it was the only way to make profits. You just gotta keep making games. But nowadays, there's so many ways to make money safely. Microtransaction, skins, game as a service, yada yada yada. Some of them are bad, some of them are good. But that's just the reality of it. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, some people just gonna hate it, like you, Saints. But some people gonna like it, like a lot of people out there. I'm, on the other hand, I'm kind of like in the middle. I don't really care. Like, skins, it helps the devs. If I don't like it, I'm not gonna buy it, kind of thing. So, TLDR, my take on this is that it is what it is. That's how the worlds collide. That's how the wind flows right now. And the only way you gotta do is like contribute into how the game in the future, the gaming community works, and just, you know, keep doing you. You know what I mean? Unless you want to become a developer yourself and make your own things, go right ahead. Because I'm pretty sure we still need a lot of good developers out there. By the way, Rad, I want to ask if you want to be part of my upcoming stream team. What do you mean? What do you mean by stream team? I have an epic game suggestion. What is that? My duty? Also, I have a suggestion box in the Discord section if you guys want to suggest me anything. In case I don't see, you know, I didn't catch you. Then left because Rockstar got a ton of backlash for pushing 100-hour work weeks job dissing ship. Well, for whatever reason, you know what I mean? Like, he probably saw that Rockstar was sinking ship in the first place. But at the same time, looking at Red Dead Redemption 2, you know, you see how Rockstar is still capable of doing things. It's just that, yeah, there's so many factors, dude. And some of them I probably don't understand because I'm just a mere gamer. I'm not a developer. I don't have professional experience in game developing, so I'll leave it to them. I'll leave it to the professional. I'm making a stream team and I'm sending a ticket right now. I wanted to know if you wanted to be a member. Ooh, interesting. I never thought about it, but I'm down to look into it a little bit more. We can I can check it out, see what's up. I'm interested though. Sounds interesting. But yeah, I mean, hey, hit me up if you wanna talk more about it. Yes, Red Dead 2, the game that didn't get Undead Nightmare 2 or online update because check no short cards made more. I'm gonna be honest, Undead Nightmare was for me in Red Dead Redemption 1. I'm gonna be honest, Red Dead Redemption 1, the Undead Nightmare is okay. Honestly, the main story is a lot more, much more better. I don't really need Undead Nightmare. Wondering about responsibility? There's none yet. Okay. I'm interested. I'm interested. I'm interested. We'll see what's up. We'll see what's up. Only cute e-girls allowed in your team. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hey, yo? Hey, yo? Pseudo? What? Excuse me? Huh? What do you mean by that? What's going on here? Alright, chat. Anyway. Oh my god. By the way, have you guys seen the PlayStation VR thingy, chat? Looks pretty fucking cool. I was talking about it at the start of the stream. The controllers seems pretty fucking dope for something that Sony would release. Pretty interesting, not gonna lie. If you look at Doomy on stream. Okay, yeah, what were you implying? What? You invited me because what? Huh? What are you trying to say here? Want me game suggestion? Oh, you can just say that. What's the game? Or you can, you know, if you want to drop by the suggestion anytime, Trap House Discord, scroll down a little bit. In the media section, suggestion box, you can literally suggest me anything here, and I'll check it out. I really hate this game, by the way. Who Ray, I swear to God, I actually, this game fucking freaks me out. Can't wait for NFT games to take off. See if you still support shoveling money to get nothing. NFT games not gonna go anywhere. Trust me. You're mistaking how the gaming community works right now for the business side of the gaming, because NFT, no one in the gaming, like people who actually just play games, actually support the NFT ideas, like the Ubisoft. Like, no one give a shit about that. And mark my word, it's not gonna take off. None. Don't worry about it. Because NFT people right now are probably more focused on the products. Meanwhile, the NFT that we see right now on games is kind of, you know, yeah, it's kind of bullshit. You know what I mean? So, when I said I support, or I just let whatever the fuck the devs do, I'll just let them do their thing, is that people like Vince Zampella or Sam Hauser, like, you can separate people based on like whether they are truly passionate about games, or if they're just making games for the sake of profits. Like, let's be real, everyone need to get profits in this game industry. Like, it doesn't mean that I don't want fucking, you know, the greatest writer or the greatest game director to not eat or feed their fucking family. Fuck no. If anything, I want to give them much more money. That's the reason why From Software, every single From Software games, including Elden Ring that's about to release, I don't give a shit about reviews, because I know they're gonna make the best shit ever. based on, you know, their previous products like Dark Souls, Sekiro, Bloodborne. I have seen the proofs that these guys are truly passionate. You know what I mean? And when you see people like this, you just have to believe. Like, that's what I mean. You sometimes it's really hard to predict how things working in this very sketchy industry right now. But you can see some people in the industry that actually truly passionate about the games and things that they're making, including Miyazaki from Software, the president, who basically built Dark Souls from the ground up. So, you know what I mean?
You sound like a cult member before the cult goes bad.
Yeah, I'm really passionate about this kind of stuff because the thing is that I'm just gonna be honest. The gaming industry, as in right now, is really dog shit. Like, it's really bad. Like, it's the fact that this is a thing is embarrassing. It's awful. But we are going through this side of technology right now. NFT is a brand new thing. And most of the time, brand new things, a lot of people are gonna hate, a lot of people are gonna like it. It's you know, it's normal. And we just let's just hope that things works out, and hopefully shit like this is not normalized. Like, what can we do? I'm not buying this shit. That's about it. That's all I can do. It's not like I'm gonna go fly all the way to fucking French to visit Ubisoft CEO and then knock on his door and say, sir, can I talk about how bad your idea about Ubisoft NFT shit? Like, I'm not gonna do that. There's only so far we can do. You know what I mean? So, take it easy. Save your energy into actually contributing to what matters. Buy games from the developers that you think actually excels in the gaming industry. Support them. Buy their games, you know, share their games to other people that probably gonna like it as well. Just, that's the best we can do as a gamer, the consumer. Complaining about this thing is not gonna help anyone. You know what I mean? The Twitter's already going mad about it. It's enough. Young Ye already making like a really, really good YouTube video about it as well. It's enough. You know? And arguing about it, it's just not gonna produce anything good. That's what I'm trying to say here. So yeah, just, you know, be efficient. What are those? Ubisoft apparently make a couple items where the only way to own it and you can use it in game in a fucking this game called Tom Clancy Ghost Recon Breakpoint by buying them through NFT. I know it sounds like a joke, but it's real. Oh my god. I don't know what Ubisoft is doing, but they're doing what the fuck they're doing. They're doing what everyone is doing. Making money out of thin air. That's technology. We gotta get used to it, chat. Remember when loot boxes were considered absurd? Grindy season were a bad joke. You can sell $100 game with no campaign, it'll take off. Loot box is fading away. And the existing loot box already pretty much just really shitty, you know, basic feature that predictable, and you don't have to buy it. Grindy season equals lazy developers, I guess. And then $100 game, that's Ubisoft again. I'm just saying. Hey, what's up, Flooper? how you doing, man? What's up? Fancy seeing you here. Check games trailer. What is this? Ah, there's no game. Well, unfortunately, we have played this game. Yeah. I played this game before. It was pretty fun, though. I think we played it like last year or something. It's pretty cool. But yeah, we played it. I think you can find it in the VOD. No, actually, never mind. It was like last year, so it's been a while. But yeah, we played this one. Thank you for the suggestion, though. I'm good. Home from work, so all groovy. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Good to hear. Good to hear. Fucking minute, why am I always so far behind? That's okay. I'm not going anywhere. We have so many games to play in the future. Don't worry about it. It's just that that game specifically, unfortunately, is, you know, I played it a while ago. Blame someone that suggested it to me. I think it's One Sin or Saints. I don't know. All right, enough about the rant. Hold up. Hydrate, chat. Don't forget to drink water. Oh, by the way, chat. Next week, I think. Hold up. Let me think before I say this. Okay, maybe not next week. Okay, I'm not gonna say the timeline yet because I'm not sure when the item's gonna be here. But I'm gonna build something and I think I want to stream it. That's all I can say right now without over promising. So maybe in a couple weeks from now we'll do like some kind of a IRL-ish stream where I'm gonna build something. Cause why not? And it's related to the stream. I think it's gonna work out. I don't know, but we'll see. Because I already ordered some of the items, and all I gotta do is just build it out, and probably gonna break a couple of it, and have to build it out again. This and that, you know how it is. But yeah. Hey, at least he played your suggestion. Mine go in the bin. That's not true. I played some of your suggestion as well. Like, oh, you just sent... Okay. Rogue Company, I played it on launch, also on stream, when it got released on Epic Games. Ghost Runner is actually one of my favorite game of all time, and I played a shit tons of it back in the day. I speedrun it, in fact. So I'll probably go back to it if they have more updates, but yeah, I beat this game a couple times and speedrun it. And I also have played War Thunder. It's not really my game, but I have played it, and yeah. But yeah, keep them coming. Keep them coming. Sometimes I just don't know what to play, so you know, good game suggestions are, you know, good. Origins, dude, I played Origins. Don't say like I never say I played Origin. Don't you do this in front of everyone. Come on. I played chat, listen. I have played Assassin's Creed Origins. Even though I don't like it, I have put at least 10 hours into it. At least, I think it's 10 hours. Hold up. Okay, 9 hours. I put 9 hours into it. Don't say I never tried this game, alright, motherfucker? Shut the fuck up. I tried, alright? And, you know, it's just sometimes some people doesn't like a certain specific game, so instead of finishing it, they kind of drop it. Okay? Bro. Whoa!
This if for the great company last time and also because I can flow smile.
Oh shit, hell yeah, dude. Yo, thank you for 100 bitsies. Appreciate it. This is for a great company last time and also because I can. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Much love. Don't mention it. It's thanks to Satan's because he suggested you to rate. Alright. Moving on. I think we are ready to play a game. I know. Whoa, Rad is actually gonna play some game. I know. It's unheard of. I know. But I actually spent quite a lot of money on winter sale. I cannot stop. But thankfully I stopped. I got quite a bunch of games. So we have quite some catalogs to go through in the next couple of weeks. So that's gonna be cool. And yeah, you know, bada bing bada boom. But without further ado, let us go to the first game of today. I think this was also suggested by someone in the chat. I forgot who. Like a couple weeks ago when we were playing a puzzle game. And someone mentioned this game. And I saw the trailer. I was interested. So we're gonna check it out. Aight. Some of you guys have probably seen this game from another streamer. It's been released for quite some time now. I'm not sure. Oh my god. It's not a huge game, to be fair. But I'm pretty sure a lot of people have played this game. Saint is a saint, right? True. The most out of place one, but still a saint. Whoa, wait. Did the game just restarting just like that? Volume. Okay. So yeah, this game's called Gorogoa, and I'm pretty sure most of you guys have seen or heard this. Okay, so it looks like we're just gonna start. Ooh. Wait, what is going on? The game literally just started like this. Okay. What? Whoa. Wait. What? I'm just clicking things. Oh wait, we're making a story. What? I'm confused. Wait. Whoa. Wait. Okay. Oh. I'm confused. Oh. Oh my god. I think I just solved the puzzle. Okay, it looks like it's some kind of like a 4-panel type of puzzle that is multi-layered type of thing. Okay. Send him, you can check him out later, by the way. I think he played all of those, but hey, you actually know what he likes. I'm gonna check it out later, just in case. Wait. I cannot see what that is. Oops. Misclick. So you can zoom in and out of everything. Hold on. Okay. Oh my god, you can do a lot of things. My head. Boom. I just realized that. Kablam! Wait. Bam. Okay. Okay, he's just gone. Hey, Nani? Eh? Wait. I'm confused. What the fuck? Okay. What the hell? Oh my god. Wait, what's happening? Is this the future? Oh my god. Holy shit, what the fuck is going on here? Oh! Okay. No one's told me this is gonna be a horror game. Wait, did I just got it? Okay. Wait, what? Now we gotta find the yellow one. What is going on? Oh my god. That's not thunder, that's war. Isn't it? Yeah, that's war. Oh, Jesus. And that's depressing. Oh, I can give it to him. Somehow. Whoa. Any? Okay, my brain's hurting. That is the hand of this. Oh! Oh, I get it. What? No way. Oh, that's not enough? Moon rock. Now it's gonna... Oh my god. Okay, now what? This? I thought that was it. Huh? Sounds like you need a coffee. I wish, but no, I cannot do that, unfortunately. I don't get it. Oh! Wait, no. I don't think that's the case. I thought you can interact with this, but not really. Wait a minute. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. I'm not sending them. If you've played all of them, I'm gonna scream. I mean, I'm a gamer. I play a lot of games, so don't worry about it, alright? Alright, progress. Why am I still... Okay, never mind. What? What the fuck? Oh my god, dude, my brain. There's so many layers. Oops, sorry. Gamers. Well, what do you mean by that, huh? Oh, it's progressing. Whoa. Oh, the moth is still... Hey. There's literally nothing I can do. Unless... Oh! Oh! Okay. We're so close right now, I swear. What am I doing wrong here? Whoa! Okay, I did not even see that. Okay. not sure what we're trying to do though. Sure, it's connected, but that's it. Oh, hello. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my god. What the Okay. You know what? Yeah. What the fuck? There we go. I don't even know how does that work. Okay, now we can go out all the way. Now we can connect. Okay, I don't think this one is connectable. Huh? Oh my god, dude. Okay, sure. That works. Nani? Okay. Honestly, the boxes are so small, sometimes it's kind of hard to follow what's going on. Which is kind of unfortunate. Oh my god. The time have to be 7:40, 7:23. Oh my god, my head hurts. This is a bad idea to play this game at this hour. Oh my god. This is a really bad idea. Nani? Whoa. Oh, cause it's magnet. Oh my god, there's more things to do here as well. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, so you want them to aim at 2 and 10? Question mark? Okay. Nani? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I think I know how to do the earth one. I mean the clock one. Okay, maybe not. Are you kidding me? There's something to do here as well. Oh my god. Okay. How does this work? Oh my god, dude. So you want the red to go... Oh. Hold up. I think it was a debate. Okay, so you want the left, you want the blue one to go to the bottom left, right? So blue, no, blue bottom right, red bottom left. Okay. So the problem is that I don't even know when to... Oh, I get it, I get it, I get it. Bam. And then bada bing, bada boom, bada bam, bing, bang, kablam, and then bada boom. Wait. That is perfect. Oh my god. I figured it out. Oh my god. Jesus. Okay, that uses most of my brain power. Holy shit. There we go. I've rickrolled region chat in Warframe. I can retire now. Good job, man. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Okay, this is a bad mistake. to play a game like this at this hour. Oh my god. So when you check in suggestion, probably later after stream. Because right now I'm playing something already. But I'll check it out later, yeah? That's why the suggestion boxes there is, I know I'm probably not gonna have enough time to check it out right away. Eh? Eh, nani? Oh my god. Okay. um Okay. There's more. Oh my god. There's more. Help. Okay, he need a ladder. And that ladder is in... It's here. Oh my god, bro. Oh, wait. Wait. Before ending the stream, could you tell me if you played them or not? Gotcha. I'll let you know, alright? Eh, nani? Oh my god. It's trying to tell me that it start here and then go here, bing, bang, boom. But the problem is, it doesn't work like that. My brain actually stopped working. Good lord. Oh my god, you're there this whole time. Oh, I thought that cannot click, dude. That's so bullshit. Okay. Not too late to stop? No. What the fuck? Do I tell him to stop? How do I do this? Nani? Oh my god, dude. I got a feeling this is a completely different puzzle that I need to solve. Oh my god, dude. So did you read the message I sent? What message? Oh! I figured something out. Oh yeah, I did. I'll check it out later. For sure, for sure. Oh, this one's easy. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Oh my god. Okay. What the fuck? Hey, Nani? Huh? Oh my god. But I really check suggestion on stream. Yeah, I usually check suggestion off stream to prepare for the next stream, basically. Say if I missed anything. Bro, oh my god. I want to keep going, but my brain is not sufficient for this right now. Brain power. Okay. No, I misclicked. Ah, shit. I was afraid to check Discord because of my venti pics. That's not gonna work for me. That's not how you debate me. Stop. Wait. Oh my god. I didn't pay attention because I wasn't reading you guys. Damn it. Now we gotta wait for a whole repetition. Actually, let's stop here. There's gotta be something that have to do with this kid. I just no. Okay, what if nah. Holy shit. Okay. Maybe it was not it. You do what? Okay. Okay. What? Excuse me? Hello? Nani? Huh? What? Oh, dude, we're so close probably. Nah, actually, nah. Probably we're not. Dude, my brain is in status right now. I literally cannot interact with any of them, so why bother? I am so confused right now. The fuck is this? What do you mean, what the fuck is that? It's Camino. Camino SSS. One of the best emote of all time. Ow! Alright. Alright, I think today is not the time for this. My brain is already drained out to even make logical sense out of this. Oh fuck, but I'm curious. I just cannot think of a solution. I'm not enjoying it. I'm just frustrated right now. Because we're stuck. Okay, I give up. Not today. Oh my god. Ugh. My brain. Okay. Lesson learned. Take notes. Don't play puzzle games during this time around. Oh my god. Game finish. Whoa, another game finish. Clap. Yeah. Woo! Easy. Cham. Time to check. You know what? I can check it out right now. Oh no. Farming Sim. Haven't played the 22 one, but I'm not interested. Terraria. Who hasn't played this game? Amazing, by the way. Little Nightmares. Huge fan. Played both of them on stream. Really amazing game. Bloon City. Played a couple time on stream. Really fucking fun. I love it. Call of Duty World War II. I played it. Not a big fan. I just decided not to play it. The Cycle. I played it off stream, and I don't think it's a good streaming game, personally. It's basically like Tarkov, but like different. I just don't think it's personally not fitting for my stream. Hitman, I haven't played the newest Hitman. For some reason, I'm not interested. I know it's a good game, but I'm just not interested in playing it right now. Maybe in the future, though. Maybe in the future. Infinite Warfare, I mean, this is an old game. Not a big fan of it, but I played it, yeah. Super Hot, I played it as well. Just Cause 4, I have not played it. I have the game, but I've never installed it because it's so big. It's like 70 or 80 gigabyte or something. I forgot. I'll check it out though, but I do have it. Just Cause 3, I played it. Not big fan. I dropped it. Forza Horizon 5, I love it so much, but it is not a streaming game for me. When I play Forza Horizon 5, I rather just enjoy roaming around, so I play this off stream. Horizon Zero Dawn, played it. Haven't finished it, but my PC can barely run this game, unfortunately. Cyberpunk, I finished it. Love it. Yeah. Saints was right. It's just Cause. That's probably the only one that I can check out. But hey, thank you for the suggestion anyway. I told you, I play a lot of game. Like, a lot. But hey, thank you. Thank you for the suggestions anyway. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Don't have to scream. Alright. Cat break time.
May I kindly suggest the game called Vkanojo?
No. Why is that video so random? The cat is actually falling asleep. It's a gorgeous cat as well. Look at those ears. Kitty! There's a lot of puzzle mission, and that's how I never finished it. Just Cause. I mean, I play a lot of Just Cause 2. I love it, but then never really got interested with it. I was like, you know. So, yeah. Yeah. What time is this? 11:30. I don't think we have enough time to start another game. Shit, I shouldn't pick a puzzle game for a start.
Oh my god, guys! My water disappeared!
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Mary_VR.
Okay, they came out of nowhere. Anonymous, thank you for a gifted sub to Mary. Appreciate it. Much love. Thank you so much for support. And Mary, enjoy the gifted sub. 15 months, by the way. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you. raddtrap. Appreciate it. How you doing, by the way, Mary? And Anonymous. Anon, son. Oh my god. You know what? I think we have a video that we can watch before we end the stream. So I think we can check it out. Just Cause 4 has like more combat shit than fucking puzzle. It's just a bit of puzzle missions. I figured, honestly. I mean, it's Just Cause. Alright. Have you guys heard about Crope Cat? Yeah. Yeah. He just uploaded a new video 2 days ago. And it's called Back for Blood Proves Valve Carried Left 4 Dead. I'm gonna check this out. Because we always watch Crope Cat. He only uploaded like every fucking half a year or something. Alright, 26 minutes. This is gonna be a long one. Get cozy. Because this is gonna be a really good one.
Us to just show them stuff. They'd be like, here, check this out. We had a prototype up and running. Keep in mind, at this point, you know, the environment is all just big gray boxes. It's not pretty at all. The infected are still the sort of cheesy terrorist zombies.
I mean, it was already fun. So then it was just like, well, now we just got to make it look good.
At Turtle Rock Studios. This is pretty exciting for all us Left 4 Dead fans. Of course, you guys are known for all the amazing work, Left 4 Dead, and now you're building building on the legacy with this new zombie co-op shooter. What's new? What can you tell us about it, Chris?
Well, we wanted to do more and bigger, right?
Okay, here we go. Here's the gameplay reveal of Back for Blood.
Not me. You all lost people. Lost someone close.
Okay, come on. I mean, the game is not.
So I'm to blame?
Oh, fuck no!
Revolver here, pistol here.
I don't think the game is this buggy.
Over there?
At least for me.
We're getting out of ammo.
But the fact that he found this bug, yeah, that's a lot of work.
This is not good.
Oh, don't do this, dude.
Since killing zombies is such a big part of this game, we invested a lot of time into making their death animations more dramatic than simple ragdolls. We had a professional stuntman on a motion capture stage perform about 100 different dying animations from different kinds of weapons and hit from different directions, like from the front or behind. We then combined these mocap animations with the physics-driven ragdolls. The result is a really cinematic experience, with zombies that stumble for a few steps into a wall, then slide down the wall and collapse, for example. It's the best of both worlds.
That's true. That's true. What the fuck? Yeah, this one's full ragdoll in this game. But yeah, this is always part of the thing that Left 4 Dead makes it charming. Please vote. Wait, for what? Please vote if I should buy. Just cost $3. It's only $3. I have $3 a bit more actually. Just buy it, dude. No need for votes. I mean, you got the money. It's a good game.
We treat the infected horde as a major character in Left 4 Dead and spend a lot of effort in making their movements believable. The common hordes stagger around, cough, vomit, fight amongst themselves, lean against walls, sit on the ground, and lie down as part of their wandering behaviors. When they see a survivor, they become enraged, taking off in a full sprint, leaning over their turns, trying to get to their victim.
That's too far.
We wanted to express this rage in their faces as well. So we found efficient ways for each member of the horde to make intense facial expressions.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, this is more of the minor details and immersions. Okay.
It was a challenge to create this diversity of looks for common infected and take advantage of unique clothing or uniforms in specific areas. For instance, lots of TSA agents are spawned in the airport, hospital patients around the hospital, cops in the streets, office employees in the offices, etc.
TLDR, Left 4 Dead, which was when with Turtle Rock still under a Valve, it was they put a shit tons of detailings, which is very important for immersion, making the game much more memorable, which is, yes, true. Left 4 Dead is such a memorable game for so many people.
It helped to reinforce the sense of a vast epidemic.
We wanted to add further variety to Left 4 Dead 2's campaigns, so we extended this notion when we added the Mudman, the clown,
Mudman.
the construction worker, and the riot cop.
Mod memes are fucking creepy as fuck.
Just ahead.
Yeah. The Molly and Left 4 Dead much more satisfying because they run around and shit. It just disappeared. Yeah, enemy exploding is a pretty common thing in Back 4 Blood.
God help us. Something's off.
Did you play this a lot? I know. A lot of you guys probably
Since
have played
players
this a lot.
spend the vast majority of their time shooting the common infected, we wanted to improve the feedback and visceral nature of this experience. In Left 4 Dead 1, we provided only the ability to shoot off limbs. Now, in Left 4 Dead 2, there are 43 unique ways to damage an infected. Because many of these wounds are non-fatal, players are able to wound an infected more than once, resulting in about 780 possible damage combinations.
I did not remember that. Holy shit. Oh, the katana is so fucking good. Yeah, they didn't put much details basically. I love this Nate so much. I guess Back 4 Blood is one of the good example where a sequel or a spiritual successor does not live up to the OG that is put so much of a standard. You know what I mean? Like Back 4 Blood is a very ballsy move, releasing Back 4 Blood in the first place.
The environments in Left 4 Dead are geometrically complex and littered with breakable and movable objects.
It's directly Source Engine stuff. Wait, did Back 4 Blood build in Source Engine or is it different engine? It's different engine, right? It's probably Unity or something. I mean, Unreal Engine or something. Back 4 Blood does be like, how hard could it be? To be fair, Valve, since they were working under Valve have such a high standard back then. Or not even back then. The fact that Gaben barely want to release game anymore, like Portal, you know, Portal 1, Portal 2. There are no Portal 3. Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, and then, you know. Yeah, there's Half-Life Alyx, but I watched a documentary, by the way, for Half-Life Alyx, and even then, Half-Life Alyx got approved after literally months of the VR division try to convince Gaben that it's worth it. And they were getting into the VR industry. And also, Gaben was making too much money on Steam. And Dota too, so a little bit of both, but what I'm trying to say is that Valve back in the day have such a high standard with their games that most of their games, not all, some of their releases there's some bad stuff. Like, we don't really talk about, you know, Team Fortress 1, you know, or Day of Defeat. Day of Defeat is not bad, but it's just not as good. But everyone talk about Left 4 Dead. Everyone talk about Half-Life. Everyone talk about Portal. So, you know what I mean? They could make it better, but they're fucking cunts. Exactly. I mean, I never know how it feels to be a millionaire with the biggest game distribution website in the world, but I'm pretty sure Gaben feels very comfortable in his place right now. So I cannot really judge because I cannot relate.
This restaurant was one of the first areas we populated with tables and chairs. In early playtests, the survivor would pop a boomer, and the resulting explosion sent tables and chairs flying everywhere. It was a great effect. We decided to furnish a few more areas like this, so that more players would be likely to experience it.
Of course it's Unreal Engine, they have epic quality. Jesus.
Lights on.
Oh man.
In Left 4 Dead,
also, what's up, by
players
the way?
carry flashlights
Hey,
to illuminate the environment. These shadow-casting light sources not only add surface richness and provide important visual depth cues, they tie into gameplay.
Witch, turn it off.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Because a player's flashlight is attached to his or her weapon, the light becomes pointed off to the side when reloading or performing a shove attack.
Dude, the amount of details
like so
in this
many
game.
of Left 4 Dead's game mechanics, this encourages cooperation, as players know they may be left in the dark if they choose to reload at the wrong moment.
Ooh.
Cutting cross country will save you time on foot. I see. I'll send in another crew to hold the post once things calm down. Right now, I need you to get to the party.
In playtests, people were often confused by certain events and elements in the game. The addition of musical cues helped distinguish these events and diminish player confusion.
Oh, the music are so nice.
Players who leave the music on are treated to a variety of subtle audio cues that not only deepen the horror experience, but make them better players.
We base the music on what the player is actually experiencing and not on what we want them to experience.
The witch! Ah, so much memory. This annoying notification sound is so annoying. I don't like this at all. This is the part of Back 4 Blood that I actually hate. It's so frustrating. It's like fucking hurricane fucking.
We keep the music appropriate to each player's situation and highly personalized.
Alert.
The music engine in Left 4 Dead has a complete client-side multi-track system per player that is completely unique to that player and can even be monitored by the spectators.
I've all achievement in Left 4 Dead 2. Play that shit so much. I know, right? It's that one game that we always go back to and play with friends back in the day. I also got introduced to this game hanging out with friends in the game cafe. So much memories. Goddamn.
The difficulty with the tank was that since we offset his incredible toughness by slowing him down a bit, when tank battles occurred in large outdoor spaces, he was far less effective. To offset this vulnerability, we added his rock throw and car slugging abilities.
That shit scares everyone. Bam.
Finish this for me.
There, easy now.
Thanks.
One more scar for the collection.
Thanks.
One more scar for the collection.
Oh my god, so good.
Who the fuck shot me? Watch where you move in the future. Oh!
Yeah, this is the part where I forgot to put the details.
Don't think I'm coming back out.
Mom, please! You need to take better care of that wound.
Ranger, over there!
This is our world, and we're taking it back.
While there are hundreds of infected types mobbing the player in Left 4 Dead, there are only 4 survivors.
Oh yes, this makes each character so fucking memorable in Left 4 Dead. Yeah. There's I told you guys about this issue as well when Back 4 Blood trailer was released at the first place, because they introduced so much character and most of them so generic. I was like, this is kind of a downgrade from Left 4 Dead in a way, because they're so generic and compared to like the Left 4 Dead characters. But I guess everyone agrees on that one.
To make sure these 4 stood up to close scrutiny over many hours of playtime, we decided to use photographic reference of faces and wardrobe details.
That wasn't necessary, but thanks.
We started out by casting 4 individuals who fit the general design concepts we had created for our characters.
Sweet shot.
The talent was guided through a matrix of facial expressions,
Okay, let's do it.
creating a complete catalog of movements and expressions for each character's face. This is an invaluable resource for our modelers and animators when they start to recreate these expressions in 3-dimensional models.
I can't hold on! I can't hold on!
Oh jeez.
Help! Oh.
Ooh, nice.
I never realized this when I was a kid playing this. Looking at this, that's so much effort, dude.
Holy crap.
Holy shit!
Damn.
You see? Fuck yeah!
One of our goals when designing the 4 survivors was to have a very diverse group of real-world characters who fit in the post-apocalyptic storyline, but that also have heroic and aspirational qualities.
They're changing.
Pills here, grabbing pills, pills here, pills there, get that pills, pills,
Bill
pills,
was a
pills.
challenging design problem when it came to finding the correct balance between realism and idealism. In our first attempts, we made him look a bit too old and frail, which made him seem physically incapable of fighting against the Horde. In our final design, we balanced the character backstory and the aspirational qualities, portraying Bill as a
Bill's a
once-heroic army veteran
badass.
who, though older and wiser, can still excel at physical combat.
He is such a good character.
And that's Mom. At least that's what we call her because she's tough, doesn't take shit from anybody, and always knows exactly what to say.
Welcome to the shit show.
Yep, that's me. My name is Holly. Just your run-of-the-mill college kid with a baseball bat. But I can also be a real softie on the inside. You know, I'm sort of the glue that holds the whole team together.
The process behind designing Zoe's character wasn't as straightforward
Bill
as
did
the
good,
other
yes.
3. Developing a young female in a zombie apocalypse isn't easy with a backstory like hers.
Someone's still alive.
She had to be attractive and worn down at the same time.
Thanks.
She needed to be tough and able to hold her own, even though she's occasionally terrified.
Flashlights off.
Her readability was also something we had to take into consideration.
While we were developing Left 4 Dead,
Oh my God.
TF2, and Team Fortress 2 taught us a lot about things like read
Old
hierarchy and
Gaben.
other queuing tools that you need to have in a multiplayer environment.
Sorry, I
Left
didn't pay
4 Dead,
attention.
It was also something we had to take into consideration.
While we were developing Left 4 Dead, we shipped a game called TF2, and Team Fortress 2 taught us a lot about things like read hierarchy and other queuing tools that you need to have in a multiplayer environment. We also wanted to push harder on the horror art direction, so one of the last things we're doing with the game before we ship it is we're redoing all of the survivor characters.
The 4 characters were designed as a unit, so that while they stand out together from the rest of the world, their strong silhouettes and color contrast provide clear reads for each individually, yet a signal
Silhouettes
team.
on
We wanted
character
to conjure
design.
4 survivors that would resonate realistically.
Very
thereby
important.
Complete our horrifically rendered version of the zombie apocalypse, which you, the player, now find yourself in.
So what we have is this thing called versus mode, where you can play 4 survivors playing as humans with 4 infected, this time as humans. And what they try to do is the survivors try to get to the end of a map, the infected try to stop them.
And we recently got to see how PvP is going to be expanded. Do you want to jump into that and talk about that newly announced experience?
Yeah, sure. You queue up with 3 of your friends, you go into a match, and you're playing a best of 3. So you play 2 rounds, and it's whoever lasts the longest on the cleaner side is the winner.
So it's not going to be
The
quite
PvP is
the
very
entire
unbalanced. I
campaign
played
where
it
people make their way
a
from
few
level
times.
to level and then swap. It's very much here's a hyper-focus area designed around the swarm mode, and then you're just going to have to survive longer.
That's exactly it. Yeah, that's exactly what it'll have, like you say.
Yep.
One of the concerns that were raised by people who had Left 4 Dead is, what's different enough about this to justify it being a new sequel? So we spent a lot of time talking about what the scope is, both artistically and in terms of...
There was a group boycotting Left 4 Dead so they don't make a Left 4 Dead 2? Left 4 Dead 2 boycott is a group of individuals who played to boycott Valve upcoming release, who have assembled a manifesto outlining the basic consensus of many members of a community with... What? They have a fucking email. Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
The scale of the game, how the gameplay is evolving,
Yeah, for Vermintide
what are
too.
some of the technological pieces that have moved forward, and doing anything we could to make sure that our fans, who are the reason that we exist, the reason that we have a business, understood why Left 4 Dead 2 was a really positive evolution, rather than just us trying to come up with a way of stripping money out of a successful and popular game.
Oh my god. That word will never be heard of in the current gen as a truthful sentence. Like, That word that just came out of the game, talking about how they. Oh, let me play it one more time.
We have a business, understood why Left 4 Dead 2 was a really positive evolution, rather than just us trying to come up with a way of, stripping money out of a successful and popular game.
Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. I fucking love Gaben. He's such a passionate fucking guy. What happened? What happened? Nah, just kidding. Really, Valve Index is one of the reasons why Gaben is still passionate.
It's an evac station up 30 flights of goddamn stairs.
Come on, Coach. Maybe the helicopter.
Coach!
Maybe it's made of chocolate.
No, yeah, that's my point, Kay. He was a passionate guy in gaming. That was 2009. That's why I said, what happened, dude? But then again, he made Valve Index a thing, so maybe he's just focusing on other things. I don't know, man. Gaben is Gaben. He's very unpredictable. Hey, mods! The best part about this game. Infinite capabilities. There's Fall Guys mods? The fuck?
Is Back 4 Blood gonna facilitate the modding community at all with the online element, or is it gonna
I saw this
purely
live.
be contained game files?
It's contained. We're at launch for sure. Yeah, we're not gonna have anything like that available then.
For sure. If you listen closely, you can hear my heart break.
That's why I did. Sorry. Yeah.
Valve retains Left 4 Dead, and they signed us back our logo and name. Mike's decided he was done running his own studio.
Here to talk about the co-op shooter is project lead Mike Booth.
I think at the time he was really enjoying not being the boss, so he said, I don't want to run Turtle Rock 2.0.
We've had to sit by for the past 10 years and watch other people sort of riff on something that we created. As creators of Left 4 Dead,
from the award-winning creators of Left 4 Dead,
creators of the critically acclaimed Left 4 Dead franchise,
made by the creators of Left 4 Dead.
No. Make sure the PlayStation is up to stuff, make sure the PC is polished, and it's going to be spectacular now.
Left 4 Dead 1 and 2, both of those I really put a lot of thought into replayability.
You can pull people back around corners that they thought they'd already got past, and it's a really interesting space for that, for Versus in particular.
We're actually really honored that there's such a strong fan base for Left 4 Dead 1.
Left 4 Dead characters, there's a lot of agonizing over what's the cast of characters, who's going to want to play them, who are they in this world.
The action was sort of procedurally generated, and so we were never really sure how much time we had before there was going to be 100 zombies running at you.
Once you make debugging 10 times faster, it becomes feasible to do something that was infeasible before because of the debugging cost.
What we did was we used blood splats to differentiate similar textures and added some grime to them.
Valve time finally arrived. So we set a hard date this time, I'm telling you. I believe you, Chad. And it'll be quality.
The goal of the director was to create kind of peaks and valleys in this estimated arousal level. Players were not as cooperative.
Awkward?
And we didn't know why.
You guys refuted a rumor about Left 4 Dead 3, and I hear the giggling already. So we're going to continue with this.
Because you're playing the same mission a bunch of times, if we played the exact same line at the exact same location, it would be rapidly very tiring.
What we wanted at Valve was to create an experience of playing through a really good horror film.
Moby goes on to lead art direction for Team Fortress 2, then works on titles such as Left 4 Dead.
But I also worked on Left 4 Dead, Left 4 Dead 2.
Wait, what? No way! Oh my god. Okay. I did not know that. All right. In any case, it's very cool to compare them, but it's so fucked up. You cannot compare team size at all in quality team. That's true. That is also true. There's a lot of factors into it, but the reason why this video is a thing and why a lot of people should talk on Back 4 Blood is because they abuse the term from the creators of the critically acclaimed Left 4 Dead franchise. It hooked me up. And a lot of people. A lot of people literally got interested with this just because of that sentence. Yeah. Okay, dude. Really? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Good video. I mean, honestly, to be fair, right? I played both game. Obviously, hundreds of fucking maybe thousand of Left 4 Dead in general, 1 and 2. Back 4 Blood, probably not even 50 hours. But I did play it for like a couple time, finished it. They let us all play free before buy it, don't know, dude. I didn't buy it either. It's part of the Xbox Game Pass. So technically, you know, I didn't buy it, but I get to play it because of Xbox Game Pass. I am not gonna buy it. It's fucking $70 for me. That is way too expensive. Back in the day, Left 4 Dead, I played it on my uncle's PC and then eventually buy it when it was like $20 on Steam. Back 4 Blood was $70 straight up. So even if I was interested, I'm not gonna buy it in the first place. The only reason I played it is because it was available on Xbox Game Pass. And frankly enough, a lot of my friends also, the only people that actually played Back 4 Blood was also people who get Xbox Game Pass because it is just too expensive for what it is. It's also other time nowadays you wouldn't play Left 4 Dead. Obviously. Different generation, different time. But I guess what we can get, or what we can take, I guess, the quote-unquote, the lesson from this is that Left 4 Dead was a really good fucking game at that time, considering the circumstances, you know? Like back in the day, LAN party was more of a thing, and this game is a LAN party thing. Or like when you visit your friends and you want to play together kind of thing, right? At their place. Or you go to, in my case, I got introduced to Left 4 Dead when me and my friend visited a game cafe after school. Which is, you know, where a lot of gamers hang out if they cannot afford a PC gaming or etc. etc. Now PC are much more affordable. A lot of people play at home. It's just different. It's just different. It's just, yeah. There's a lot of factor into it. And unfortunately, it doesn't work out for them. I love how you hard skip my shit talking. Like, yeah, that's just Saints. Because you were talking about something else. It's different when you talk about Respawn. That's a whole different topic. Dark Tide upcoming soon. Next Vermintide. What is Dark? Oh! Yeah, Dark Tide. We saw the trailer, right? That, to be fair, we haven't seen a lot. So, but fingers crossed, hopefully it's good. And yes, they use the same as Left 4 Dead and also backfired on them. yeah, I feel like that backfired at them a lot. What's up, boy for life? Hey, what's up? How you doing? I feel like that, including every single factor, but that word created by the critically acclaimed Left 4 Dead developers or stuff like that, it just, that is such a heavy sentence to use from the creators of the critically acclaimed Left 4 Dead franchise. That is such a heavy, responsible sentence to use in your product. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie, alright? I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. Before this game was released, I was hyped solely because I love Left 4 Dead. It was my childhood, right? But I wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna love this game so much. No. But I was like excited. I was like, okay, finally we can get a throwback into the good old time, right? But then we talk about this as well. I think it was on E3 or something like that, when this game was showing some trailers. We talk about how this is Turtle Rock Studios. And remember, Chad, this is not their first game after they separated themselves from Valve. You guys gotta remember, Turtle Rock Turtle Rock developed Evolve. I think it's not available to buy anymore. Okay, they close it. They developed this game. If you guys don't know, and bless you for not knowing this game, because this game was... If you guys don't know about Evolve, it was basically their Turtle Rock first game, like individual indie developed game after they stripping apart from Valve. So they're going indie, and then they created Evolve. Not gonna lie, the trailer was fucking sick. And at that time, there are no game out there that was like this. Like basically, 4 guys against one humongous monster. I almost said humongous dick there for some reason. And the trailer back then was so fucking sick. And I was on it. I remember I signed up for the beta access. I invited some of my friends to, yo, let's pre-order this shit or something like that, which thankfully we didn't. And yes, like what Kay said, the idea was so fucking sick. Like imagine just 4 different type of hunter with different classes try to fight against one player that controls a really strong monster. The idea is so fucking good. What happened? What happened was I honestly did not expect the game to be so it's just filled with balancing issues. Dog shit microtransaction. Like I remember when they released the game in a few weeks, they sell a single one monster on sale for $20 or something, 15 or 20 for one monster. What the fuck, dude? It's like if you play Dead by Daylight, they will sell one killer for $20 as a DLC. That is greedy as fuck. And well, yeah, I mean, yes, balancing is really hard. And this was really a weird game as well. It's a 1v4 basically, like 4 human players versus 1 monster players. Even from the beta when I played it, it was already really fucking weird. I had fun with it. especially because I played with my friends as well. Like we had a good shit tons of laughs, a lot of like really cool scenarios or moments that we get from this game. But there's just something that's always like not quite right, especially if you're the monster. Like it's just very like one monster are so strong and then the other is just so useless. And then sometimes the balancing between the human character or classes compared to each of the monster are so different because the variety is just so much, especially with the monster. It's just very, very the foundation design of the game was really hard to balance. That's the easiest way for me to say it. It's like $300 to own everything in Evolve. Basically, it was really nasty. They went to pay to win too fast without establishing cult. And then a couple, I think 1 year later, or not even, I forgot. I think almost 1 year later, they turned into free to play. I remember this vividly because one of my friend who only play free to play, I have a friend that literally only play free to play, so he was like, "Yo, Red, did you heard about Evolve turning free to play? You want to try?" Oh, sweet summer child. Dude, I felt so bad because he was so excited because he have no idea how Evolve was so bad and went dog shit. But he was so excited because the graphics just looked so good. I was like, you know what? Sure, let's give it a download. It's free anyway. One download later, we played like 2 games. And my friend said, "Yo, this game sucks. I want to play Dota again." Oh my god, I remember that so well. They were talk shitting this game so hard. It was so bad. But yeah, it's so unfortunate because Evolve, the idea was so fucking great. It was one of those things that really good idea, but a very bad what do you call it? A very bad executed. And it happens. Dota, play Dota. Hey, I grew up in Southeast Asia. And, well, in Southeast Asia, if your game free to play and competitive and actually good, that's when the game gonna be one of the best. Dota 2 is the number one game. Number one PC game in Southeast Asia in general. I'm pretty sure, yeah. I don't know statistically, but in college, throughout high school and college, every single one of my friends play Dota. I don't, because I'm bad at MOBA. Bro, Dota is like digital kidney stones. I mean, don't talk to me about that. I just said no to shit games like LOL. I mean, well, to be fair, I just don't like MOBA, so I'm kind of like immediately with Dota or League. But I see the appeal. I mean, it's free. And most of the people, at least in at least in my country, I'm not gonna judge other countries because I don't know how the situation is. But in my country, most people that play games usually only play free-to-play games and have a giant community. And if those two runs really well in that game, your game's gonna be a success in Southeast Asia or most Southeast Asia country. Unfortunately, it does not align with me pretty well. So if my friend played Dota, I just don't join them. So if we want to game cafe, we play when they play Dota, I play fucking Warcraft Frozen Throne campaign. Or I play Arma 2. Or I play Battlefield 2. That's the game that I played in the game cafe. The rare time where I actually play with my friend was, well, Left 4 Dead. And actually Battlefield 2. I play a lot of Battlefield 2 with my friends, which is a huge amount of fun. Red hates Warframe because nobody does PvP. He cannot try hard. No, I hate Warframe because it's grindy as fuck. And I cannot for the love of my life play a really grindy game where you dedicate a couple days for items or specific frames. I just don't have the time for that unless I really like the game, which I don't. Fortnite is free. True. But hey, I mean, that's a reality. Oh, you think the grind doesn't even start until you clear the start chart? Still path will fizz you shoulder deeper. And and what makes you think I will even gonna like Warframe? That the first couple hours I already realized this grind gonna be really grindy. You think I'm gonna love it even more the deeper I go? Like, oh my god, yes, deeper, please. Oh fuck, like, wait, that sounds weird. But you know what I mean, all right? I'm not really into those item management grindy type of game. But yeah, I'm more of like a competitive. That's why I main CSGO and Valorant. Don't like games, it's grindy, grind CSGO for age. Because in CSGO you don't grind for items. You don't grind for a thing in the game, you grind for skills. It's not a physical item or a virtual item, but it's more of a like a competing with other players. Like, I just love that. I just always love that sensation of competing with other people in something that I enjoy, which in this case was CSGO. I also compete skateboard wise back then with my high school friends. Like, we always, after school, we always compete, like, who can do the most consistent tricks, let's say, over the RAM today. Like, I just always love that friendly competitive with friends and stuff. That's why maybe I really like CSGO. I just love that sense of competing with someone and show them, like, you know, yeah, I'm fucking better than you, bitch, and teabag them. Friendly, though. I'm not a toxic one. I swear, I'm not toxic, chat. Okay. I'm having a lot of fun even until upcoming main grind. And that's okay. That means that's a game for you. There's a reason why Warframe is actually really popular. Because it is a good game. But it's not for me. I'm just not the type of guy who like those kind of game. That's why we have preference, chat. That's why we have a shit tons of genre in the game industry. Because there's always something for everyone. That's okay. You know, you like Warframe, I like CSGO, you like Overwatch. So be it. That's the wonder, you know? We have a shit tons of games. We should have a shit ton of options. That's good. Keep them coming. Competitive dude be like, oh my god, this story takes 30 hours by, but grind season for a dense emote all month. That's not true. You're using the current design of competitive games. And that's not even the right one. Grind season for a dense emote? Are you talking about Fortnite? Ew. Eh. You know what I grind for in CSGO and Valorant? not skin. It's not dance emote. It's literally for a single JPEG that called rank and nothing else. No one. That's it. This is the only reason I put thousands of hours in CS. It's not about what you can showcase in the main menu and you can dance, what you can show off on stream. Nah. I literally just love the feeling of reaching the higher place compared to the other person. In a competitive way, healthy competitive way. In a sense that, you know, I put hours into this thing and I can prove it through this JPEGs. And it's just I guess I don't know. I guess it's just a sense of that, because maybe I don't know. Maybe I just put too much things, but I'm really bad in school. And you guys probably know this. But my academy is just dog shit. And let's just say I grew up with a environment where like school is a very the highest amount of thing that you have to be good at. That's what I grew up in. And the feeling of like, you know, constantly, you know, oh fuck, I cannot get A, or I cannot get a 10, or I cannot be on the rank 1. Like I always remember the term I have to be ranked at least in the top 10 rank in this semester, or I have to be at least a top 5 rank in this semester from the teacher or the fucking parents, you know. And I feel like that frustrated me, and that led to being extremely competitive in gaming, because I love gaming and I want to be, in a way, like show that it's not that I'm bad at academy, it's just that I don't like them. And then if I put hours into CSGO and I'm good at it, I can prove to you that I can be good at something. I just need to put my heart into it. And I guess that's what makes me really, and a lot of people out there, like, you know, really want to do it, kind of thing. At least that's how I interpret it. There's a lot of competitive guy out there with so many different reasons, right? Fair enough. I used to grind Sea of Thieves for titles nobody had. And why, you know, in competitive scene, I used to locally in high school up to university. I joined a lot of local tournaments. I have a team of myself since CS Source and CSGO, early CSGO. But life happens, you know, unfortunate shit happens. Your team just doesn't match up. You know, a lot of stuff's happened that just makes me not able to compete on a higher level, which is sucks, because I feel like if I have the all the tools, like good PC in early age, because back then my gaming component was console. I was a PlayStation gamer up until high school, and then I got a PC in college. So I'm a little bit late when it comes to the competitive scene, in terms of like starting, because apparently my parents think if you want to play games, just get a console. PCs for work. That's what they were thinking. So I always have to like go to my cousin's place to play Quake and stuff like that. But I'm not gonna lie, I probably would still be like a very competitive guy if I have PC early age. Like if I decided to stream, I'm probably gonna be a CS:GO streamer or something like that. That occasionally stream, but only go to tournaments. Like that was my dream back then. I wanted to be a professional CS:GO player back in like high school. But it's not easy. Competing in this kind of you know, scene, like gaming competitive scene, is you have to be 100% into it. Like 12 hours of gaming every day, pugging, you know, strategy, all that kind of stuff. And you gotta get approval from everyone because you're gonna spend a shit ton of time in front of your PC, kind of thing like that. And that's really that's why in my opinion, if you want to be like a pro gamer, like a pro in specific games, you have to be very lucky to convince your parents, because I failed. Some parents would be like, you know, be more understandable and be like, oh, okay, you know what, I'll give them a try. And then that's what a lot of a professional player nowadays become, because at a young age. Oh, wait, give me a sec. All right, I'm back. Sorry. I got a free snackies from my neighbors because apparently he bought some snack and he bought too much, so he gave some to me. Nice. Ta-da. Focus. Okay, whatever. Where was I? But yeah. Enough rant about that. There's that. You know? Weird looking snack. Oh, this is really good. I don't know what it's called in English. Oh my god. Mmm. Oh my god. Hmm. Sorry. It's some kind of a fish stick, I guess. But it's not a stick, because it's soft. Yeah, I don't know what it's called in English. I don't think it's even a thing in English or something. Sorry about that. Grind until your nose bleed from brain damage. That's true. It's basically FPS or PvP competitive in a nutshell. Warframe grind is thankfully easy to skip. Just sell any good mods and blueprints and buy whatever you can get all week. Someone out there will always want steel charge. Well, it's a different type of grind, right? So, yeah. But yeah, we're looking at a different type of grind here. Let's also don't know Loki's back, so you can buy for 200 and sell for 800. Yeah, this is the type that I actually don't understand. But yeah, good stuff. Hi, Rad. I just woke up. Oh God, phone is difficult. You literally just woke up from the looks of it. What's up, Jenny? Good morning. Hello. Wait, why do you just woke up? Isn't it like 3 a.m. in the morning for you? The hell. But hey, good morning, I guess. So early. God damn. And talking about that kind of makes me hyped up. Honestly, I wish I can compete still. It's just that the most unfortunate thing about a competitive game, or professionally want to be a competitive game, is that you have to start when you were still a student. Because when you're already at the age where you have to have a full-time job, you just don't have the time to get good at a game while still have enough time to work and enough time to sleep. And, you know, making food, fucking pay bills. Like, you actually have to like start where you don't have any responsibilities. The younger, the better. That's the only unfortunate stuff about competitive gaming. But yeah. Your advice is shit. Do it when studies. I mean, the thing is that at least for me, yeah. At least for me, it's being a student is the only time, or like when you're like still don't have a full-time job, at least, is the only time where you have all the free time in the world. You only wake up early in the morning, go to school for 6 hours, and go home, and then you have all the free time in the world, except when you have other stuff, personal stuff in life, right? But that's it. You know? So, yeah. Senefest 2015 all over again. I'll leave it for 2 days and you cannot drive again. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm sure you have more free time now than college time. Not really. Especially with my current work. I guess it depends on your job as well, but my current job, considering I sometime overtime as well, especially if I get a project, right now in this 2 days has been really peaceful because I currently have no main project to deal with. But if I do, sheesh. And you should study more in college. Well, I did told you guys that I was not a very academic guy. I am so, I hate, like, I love studying, but I hate classroom study. There is nothing I hate more than studying in class with 30 to 40 students in one room. I hate it so fucking much. Like, I hate it. There's nothing I hate more in this world than studying with a bunch of other people that most of the time, some of them doesn't even want to be there, but they have to. And it's annoying as shit because they're distracting. And I have to, like, after college, I have to still study it at home, like, because I cannot focus in class because I have ADHD or some fucking, like, it's so annoying, dude. It's so annoying. But I think it's on me on that one. I just cannot focus in class, especially if there's just too many distraction. But yeah. Do not follow my advice. If anyone in the chat is still a student, do not. This is not an advice. This is me just talking about my past experience as a full-time worker now. Like, how I regret some of my life decisions back in the day. All right, if you're still at school, trust me, trust me when I say you wanna use everything that you have at maximum capability performance before it's too late. I swear to God. I swear to God. I guess you didn't get enough flip-flop time. Well, fortunately for me, my parents was understandable when they realized, because here's the thing. Okay, little story time.
Look, Rad, the modern student is either too deep in social media or gaming.
True. Back in junior high school, so I guess that was like 12 years old or 11 years old. That was my earliest memory when I found my first passion of drawing. Right? I think it was like 10 or 11 years old. And at that time, when my parents find out, they were like, "Oh, cool, good shit," you know, because my dad hobby is painting. Like he's an avid painter. Is like he loves painting, he loves sketching, he loves sculpting statues as a hobby though, because he have a full-time job, like an office full-time job. But during his free time, he liked to do this artsy stuff. So when he realized one of his son is likes to drawing, he's like, oh hell yeah, you know, he was excited. But one thing that he didn't realize, I was not drawing like Michelangelo type of shit, like or a background, a mountain or some shit like that. No, I was drawing Sakura from Naruto, or fucking you know, Kagome from Inuyasha. You know? So so at the time when they find out, they were still supportive. So I was pretty fortunate. They were pretty supportive of it. So when I asked them, can I get a pencil, like for drawings and stuff like that, you know, get like a bunch of papers, or basically like all the basic pencil, paper, eraser for drawings and stuff like that, like some of the cheap stuff that I never really had before. And ever since then, I basically bought. I told this story a couple times before already, but every month my mom gave me an allowance to buy drawing tools or stuff like that, and my go-to was basically I was not, my family was not like, we're average Joe family, so they were not really ready for giving me like a you know, immediately graphic tablet or fucking all the high quality artist shit. No, my mom bought me this. The moment she realized I like to draw, she bought me printer paper, like the giant bulk printer papers. This is 80-gram A4 printer papers. This is like 500 papers per box, and I get to buy this every 2 months. I remember, I think every 2 months or so, because I draw almost every day, so I waste a lot of papers and stuff like that, right? Which is bad. But yeah, I remember I get allowance to buy this and some really, I won't say fancy, but I'm pretty sure some of you guys know Faber-Castell pencils. Those were my go-to pencils for sketching. I really love these pencils for some reason. I had this, like, you know, I had this as well. These were not fancy by all means, but this was basically like the most average pencil that you can to get into drawing, right? But it was still above the average of the normal pencils and stuff. So ever since that, like if my score were lower than 80 or 250 score, I was grounded. That was earlier in my age, but I guess I got fortunate enough because my dad is into art as well. I guess around that age when I start showing them so many of my drawings, like I kid you not, I draw so much back then that I think I hang out with my friend less because after school I ran back home, go to my room just to draw more until dinner time, get called to dinner, and then go back to drawing kind of shit. Like I was that kid in junior high school for a while. And I think ever since then, they realized that like I was really passionate about drawing, and also my score was really dog shit. And I think my mom was like, huh, husband, I think our son is kind of dumb, but he's very artsy. I think we should stop pushing him into academics if he doesn't want to. And I at least that's how I see it, because ever since then they stopped pushing me to, because in every Asian in the most generic Asian way, I was the kid that was pushed to become a doctor. I kid you fucking not. The in the earliest age, I still remember my parents, my aunt, my uncle, my grandparents. Oh, raddtrap's gonna be a doctor someday. Oh, he's gonna be like a brain surgeon or some shit. I was like, what the fuck is a brain surgeon? Where's my fucking Beyblade? Like, I didn't really give a shit, but this is your typical generic Asian parenting stuff, which is understandable, right? Thankfully, I got really lucky because my little brother, I have two little brothers, and the second one is studying for doctor right now. So they have their doctor focus on my little bro, and I'm free, bitches. Yeah. He took the favoring shit now. Oh my god. He is paying for your sins. Oh my fucking god. No, honestly, I am happy and he is happy because he actually enjoy it. Because I actually keep getting update from him pretty often, and he surprisingly pretty fucking enjoying that thing, even though he's not the smartest among us. He was, yeah. I'm honest. I'm being honest here as his big brother. He's not the smartest one. All right, I'm just saying. But that guy is very diligent, and when he's focusing on something, he is going 120% on it. So if he's dumb at something, he will fucking study until he's not dumb. And that's one of my little bro superpower that I don't have. Determination is insane. So hey, it's not like he's being forced into it. He actually enjoyed it. I should have screwed up so bad that the only option is to send you off to work nonstop. That's me in nursing, Monkalev. That is not me, Monkalev. The duality. Shit. But yeah, I mean, it's just a little backstory of like why I feel like I'm pretty fortunate because my parents pretty understanding. Even though at first they were, like every or most generic Asian parents thing, where they were kind of forcing me and trying to something that they want, but I guess I was convincing enough for them after years of actually passionately drawing, even until now. Uh, because I guess when it comes to something that I'm really passionate about, whether with something or someone, I'm really stubborn at it. Like, for example, drawing. When someone trying to tell me, "Yo, you're not gonna get anywhere with drawing, bro. Just drop it." Like, those kind of comment you get with school friends in like elementary or high school. Like, why are you even drawing, man? You're not gonna get a lot of money from this. Like, that kind of comment's pretty common for me. It's it's like very easy for me to just ignore that and get stubborn with it. And I guess because of that, I managed to convince my parents that I am, no matter how hard you guys gonna try to convince me, I am not gonna stop drawing, no matter fucking what. Like, that was my only consistent thing that I keep telling them over the years, because, well, like many other weeps that started to draw in the early age, can't believe I'm about to say this, I was at some point, one of my dream is to become a manga artist. Yes, that's right. Yes, at some point in my life, I wanted to become a manga artist. That I even attended like one of those auditorium from local manga artists or conference. I joined like artist conferences and stuff like that. And instead of become a true artist, I became a filthy weeb. And I like to collect anime poster and stuff like that. I think I shifted somewhere along the line. I went the wrong way. Instead of becoming an artist, I became the weep now. Well, it's a win-win situation anyway. But the point is, I feel like one actual advice that I can give to anyone in the chat that is still in school or still studying, that basically don't have a responsibility yet in your life. If you truly believe that you're really passionate about something, prove it. As long as you still don't have a responsibility like a job or bills to pay or families to feed, you don't have a wife or husband yet, you don't have kids yet, you're still student under your parents' care, proof that you're capable of something that you want to do. Whether it's gaming, whether it's art, whether you wanna, let's say, you wanna become a game developer, or you wanna work in a movie industry, like those kind of job that is not common. Like, I'm not talking about the office job, because office job is like very default thing, right? But I'm talking about more a passionate job. Like, if you have a passionate job, you have to prove your parents in the most, proofing way. Like, what's the word for it? Like, just show them something, because in the end, the only thing that is different from your parents and you is the generation. Like, in my case back then, become a fucking manga artist is not a job. Or become a fucking streamer is not a job, which was a thing in college that I debated with my parents, that I want to become a fucking streamer and some shit like that. It's just the generation gap between your parents and you is gonna be different. Thus, the way you grew up and the way your parents grew up is also gonna be different. So the only thing that's gonna change their mind is proofs. So if you really wanna do something in life and you truly think it's gonna be your thing, put 120% in it and go fucking full speed, dude. Don't go half-ass in. Just put it in there. You know what I mean? Yeah. All gas, no brake. And hopefully, whatever you wish to become in the future, become true. If not, well, if you ended up, you know, in an office job, you can still stream and show your hobbies through stream, like I do. Yeah. Follow me on twitter.com/raddtrap for yeah. Anyway. Alright, enough about those fucking rants. You should watch out with your advice. I mean, I guess this advice is a little bit kind of like me trying to tell my younger self in a way, because if I realize that's what I should do, that's what I should do, kind of thing. Obviously, every person have different circumstances, their relationship, their environment, their individuality as well is different, but I guess it's at least advice that I would give to my younger self in a way, and hopefully kind of relate to some of you guys out there. I don't know, worth the try. I think we have students here, maybe, hopefully. Oh, we do. Don't worry, we do. we do. We do. We do. Shit, this shit is so good. All right. What time is this? 1 a.m. No fucking way. 28 minutes ago. That's why I'm saying it. Yo, chat! The new Valorant Agent trailer is out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. 28 minutes ago. Alright. You guys ready? Oh my god. Okay. I've seen some of the leaked art before. It's gonna look amazing. Ooh. Oh my god.
Home sweet home.
Oh, I already love her design.
Welcome,
Those
Neil.
blue.
We are thankful that your path has led you here.
Ay, boy.
Okay. Whoa, what is going on? What? Whoa! Oh boy.
Kontrolado ko to.
What? Holy shit, she's beautiful. She is gorgeous.
You okay in there? Come in. I see you've made a few changes.
Yeah, I just...
It's beautiful. Hey, the team's waiting. Brace, you there?
Oh my god. Okay, okay. Okay, the main reason why I'm so excited about her is that it's her design. I'm not gonna lie. Her character design is... Oh my god, so good! I couldn't care less about the character in game, but look at that, look, dude. Oh. Fan art time. Yes. New material. It's a nice song as well. Hold up. You gotta show someone. Okay. What do you guys think, chat? Dude, I already like her. The two buns, nah, chief. The rest is cool. The hairstyle is, you know, yeah, debatable. But the rest, yeah. Dude, Riot Games always so cool when it comes to character design. Really love it. God damn. Also, I think she's the first Southeast Asia character. She's from Philippines, if I'm not wrong. Hey, Garas thingy thing. So that's cool. That's cool. I wonder if she already have a web page. Valorant Neon. No, I don't think so. Do 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 do. Beats by Dre. They haven't added her in the website. They already added Chamber though. Okay, okay. Good stuff. Fuck, makes me want to play, but I cannot. Already pretty late. I'm not gonna play solo. Children sucks. No. Fuck, I want to play. Hold up. Valorant Neon. There's a fan art. Where's the character art? I need it. Looks like nowhere up there yet. Okay, okay. I'm satisfied. Damn, she actually looks really good. Looks really cool. Alright. I'm happy. Alright, chat. I think we are good to go here. People. A brother man. How long have we been streaming? 5 hours. Not bad. 5 hours of React Andy. Goddamn. Just wait 24 hours and the whole net will be flooded with her. True. And I have to start drawing her tomorrow. Oh shit. Let's go. But yeah, I'm gonna end the stream here. It's already 1 a.m. So I'm gonna take it easy and chill out before I go to bed. So thank you guys all for watching. It's been fun. It's been fun. Didn't really do a lot today. We did review the CES conference thingy, which is okay. I guess the coolest thing about that was PlayStation 2 VR. I mean, PlayStation VR 2. I mean, it's so-so, but you know, something new about the controller was pretty interesting. So that is pretty cool. And then obviously Nvidia released new GPU. Let's be honest, it's probably already gone by now, and all that bullshit. So good luck with people who's gonna build their PC this year. I pray for you. And tomorrow is Thursday, so I'm probably not gonna be streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna be chilling. But if I do have some free time, probably gonna stream. I'll let you guys know, because I probably gonna draw Neon tomorrow and some other stuff. So keep an eye out on Twitter or Discord, because I may or may not stream. Most likely not, but I may or may not. I don't know. We'll see. What else? Oh, this Saturday, I think I'm gonna bring back Spoopy Saturday, cause I have 1, 2, 3, 4 horror games ready up from I got it from Steam Winter Sale. Looks pretty fun, and I feel like since I have 4 horror games, why not we bring back Spoopy Saturday again? So this Saturday, Spoopy Saturday, yeah, usual time. What else? I think that's that. I think that's it. Yeah. So Friday stream's gonna be normal. Yada yada yada. Yeah. You got the Spider Train game. Wait, that game's not out yet, right? Where's that? Where's the name of that game? Because I don't have that game. I thought it's not out yet. It's still coming soon. No? Sorry. If it's already out, link me in the suggestion box later. I'll check it out, because I actually want to play that game. But yeah, I think that is that for today. Anyways, thank you guys all for watching and chilling out in the chat till the end of the stream. Oh shit, true. Sorry man, we're ending the stream here. Been live for 5 hours now. Did I get a chill out, man? Sorry. Don't worry, I'll be back tomorrow or on Friday, alright? But yeah, I usually, at this hour, you would expect me to be either ending the stream or about to end in a bit. So, yeah. Just to let you know. Let me see. Or demos and floops are on unless chat got a suggestion. We could. Ooh, there's actually a lot of my friends streaming at this hour. Randomness, Dines, Naku, Thoughts, Doomy, Sky also live. Holy, that's rare. Well, you say that, but sometimes you go till 3. Well, yeah, but you know, not wrong, honestly. But yeah, I'm just kind of trying to chill out a little bit more for today, because for past couple of days I've been struggling with sleep, so I feel like I should get off stream a little bit earlier so I can relax before actually going to bed without actually feels rushed. You know what I mean? You feel me? But yeah. I think we are gonna... I'm gonna send you guys over to... You know what? Rodamus, sure. It's been a while since last time we raid him. So let's check him out. Alright. Dude, same, what the fuck? Not the porn star. What? Okay, what the fuck, dude? Alright, anyways, thank you guys all for watching, as usual, once again. Appreciate every single one of you to hang out in the chat till the end of the stream. Much love. Or even considering spending some time with me and everyone else in the chat. Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous, for the gifted sub to Mary. Thank you, Floops, for the 100 bits earlier. And then thank you, Gara, for the raid at the earlier start of the stream. Thank you. And also, of course, thank you guys for hanging out in the chat till the end of the stream. Thank you, K, True, Saints, Onesen, Jenny, Ray, Doom, Boy, and everyone else that I forgot to mention or lurking in the chat. Appreciate you all. Thank you all so much. And of course, thank you for chilling out and showing up in the chat today. Yeah. If you're new here, don't forget to follow the channel if you haven't. Of course, why not? It's free. Why you haven't followed me yet? What the hell? Follow me on socials, Twitter and Instagram, if you're interested with my drawings and other off-stream stuff that I do other than streaming. Go check out my Twitter and Instagram. It's in the panel down below. And also join the Discord Trap House channel if you want to hang out with the peeps off-stream. Also in the panel down below or in the chat. Thank you, True. And yeah, subscribe with Twitch Prime. Wow. But yeah, other than that, let me trigger the raid thingy thing. Kablam. And then bada bing bada boom. As you guys know, if you are a sub, you gotta spam the small raid in their chat like that. Kablam kabloom. Like so. Make it rain. Let them know this is the smallest raid in the twitch.tv. Alright? But if you're not a sub, that is okay. You can spam whatever you want. The point is to share love to them as you guys share love with me today in the chat. Alright? So if you're gonna bail, I hope you stick around for a little bit more for the raid to make the raid a little bit more festive. But if not, that's okay. I will see you guys on the next one anyway. Thank you guys all so much. Appreciate it once again. Thank you all. Again, I'll see you guys tomorrow. If not tomorrow, I'll see you guys on Friday. Keep an eye out on Discord and Twitter for updates and all that kind of stuff. Take care. Stay healthy. Drink a lot of water. Eat a lot of veggies. Exercise. And take care of yourself because I want to see you guys on the next stream. Alright? Alright. I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace out. Take care. Bye-bye. Johnny. Spam it.